in, to be honest. I think it makes a lot of sense for us to get stuck into just getting going, talking about wrestling. Normally, you lot have got lots that you want to talk about, lots that you want to bring to the table. So why not do an extra hour, you know? The only thing I'll be doing is sitting here and just working on a couple of bits, so I might as well just start, as I said. So whilst you're thinking of topics that you want to talk about, things that you want to kind of have a conversation around, and they can be frustrations, they can be things that you're enjoying at the moment, they can be theories, they could be fantasy booking, they can be whatever you want it to be, right? Obviously, there's been a bit of news today as well, a few things around Rhea Ripley. So that's kind of interesting. We can get into that. Apparently some frustrations for Dominic Mysterio as well, so we can get into that. Yeah, lots that we could talk about. But let's just quickly jump into what it is we're actually watching tonight. Because what we're watching tonight is obviously the final week of the Verano De Escandalo, right? So they've been doing this for 3 weeks. It's like a bit of a special, TV special type thing. And so we've got these this third and final week. Only 2 matches tonight, which is interesting. So we've got Flammer. She is defending her championship, and this is a big one, actually. Flammer defending her championship against... And obviously Flammer has been champion now for a long time. I'm not sure if I've got the exact days here. On March 15th, she was at 945 days. So obviously we've had a few months after that. So, I mean, she's got to be over 1,000 days with her title reign now. So she is very impressive with how long she's had this championship for. So this is the AAA Reina de Reinas championship, right? So I believe it's their top women's title. So Flammer is going to be defending against Lady Shani, who we've only seen a few times, or I've only seen a few times. But the one that I'm more excited about is La Catalina. And the reason why I'm more excited about her is because she came back with some real kind of hype. I believe that she was competing over in CMLL for a time. And so she came over and there was a real buzz. They did a great video package. There is words that La Catalina might be popping up at the Performance Center. And there is a few thoughts that she might be starting to do some work over in NXT. I don't know what that means for tonight. But this feels pretty big, to be honest. Flammer against La Catalina versus Lady Shani with that championship on the line. There is a chance that this could be the best women's match of the year so far. Flammer is very impressive. Catalina, I've only seen her a couple of times. Lady Shani, I've only seen a couple of times. But you know the women are going to go out there and cook. You know they're going to go out there and do a fantastic job. So, yeah, we've only got 2 matches tonight. But plenty of reason to be excited. So, Flammer, La Catalina, Lady Shani, that is what we've got. Then we've got El Fiscal, Psycho Clown, and Cruz del Toro. This is a triple threat. Winner will go forward in this tournament for the vacant Latin American Championship. So, they're doing 4 triple threats. And then each winner will go into a fatal 4-way. We've already got Dr. Wagner Jr. and La Parker. We're trying to figure out who's going to advance tonight. And then there'll be one more match. I don't know, this might be next week, where we do Omos against Damian Priest and Galeno. And the winner of that will go and advance as well. And then that match takes place at Triple Mania. And that's where we crown the new Latin American champion. So lots going on in AAA at the moment. Lots going on. I did rewatch last week's show as well. Excellent as always. Mini Vikingo putting on such an incredible performance. I mean, the Mini Vikingo performance last week genuinely might be one of the best performances that I've seen from a wrestler this year. I think, you know, for him to be in his teenage years, I was impressed with Javon Evans when I saw Javon Evans. I think I'm more impressed with Mini Vikingo. Mini Vikingo, serious about as serious a talent as you can get, genuinely. So Mini Vikingo, definitely a bright future for him. Definitely someone that I can see being at WrestleMania, being in Rumbles, being at Raw, being at SmackDown. I don't think his future is going to be in AAA forever. I think WWE surely know what they've got there. But just keep him there for a bit, you know, keep him kind of getting experience. And, you know, it's got him this far. So we're in no rush. But what a talent he is. What a talent. So, yeah, always worth tuning in to AAA, even though we've only got the 2 matches. One of them, as we said, should bang because it is the Women's Championship. Okay, let's just get rid of a couple of these and let's get back to the chats. Hello. Christine said, I saw him in a match a few weeks ago. I was hoping he would be on the show tonight. Sad that I missed it. Oh, what, Mini Vikingo? Oh, so impressive. So impressive. I was disappointed, actually, that I missed last week and missed Mini Vikingo last week because he is someone that I really, really rate. So, yeah, it's just such a shame. Last week, obviously, was SummerSlam, and we do have the ability to do, like, AAA after SummerSlam. But it does mean missing out on the breakdowns, or the breakdowns get delayed, and the breakdowns are a massive part of this channel now. Obviously, we do them every Monday. We've started doing them on a Tuesday. We do them on a Friday. We do them after every big show. So I didn't really want to sacrifice that. So I've said from the very, very beginning, we cannot commit to watching AAA every single week. Saturday is just a really bad day for that. I think next weekend, for example, we've got UFC. So there's a big UFC show, so that will prevent us from watching AAA. So I've said from the beginning we can't commit to AAA every week. But where we can get to it, I always want to try because it's always worth tuning in for. Silver Saka said, how long is it till the show starts? It's a while, buds. We have started early. I always start a couple of hours before. So, yeah, we're a distance away. It will be on YouTube for many of you. I don't actually know where it is in America. It might be YouTube. It's on YouTube over here, live on the WWE YouTube channel, if anyone is trying to find it. Let's go. Psycho Clown said Beasts mode. That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, you've inspired me to do a poll, but I'm not going to do it for that one. I'm going to do it for the women's one, actually. Who leaves as champion? Who leaves as champion? Do you think it's going to be Flammer that's going to retain? Do you think it's going to be Catalina who is going to be a new champion? I mean, she feels like she's going to get it at some point. In fact, she feels like she could absolutely go to NXT and just work her way up through to Raw and SmackDown. So, I don't know, maybe she doesn't get it. Maybe they're going to put her through the system instead and have her, like, going on to, dare I say, bigger things, Raw and SmackDown. Hello, Frankie. Shout out to you. Jack Cartwheel against Nosy Kid tonight. Oh, I've not seen any other announcements. It'd be good to see Jack Cartwheel if we did get Jack Cartwheel. I think he is back now, isn't he? But the official Wikipedia page is only listing those 2 matches at the moment. But if we do get a third match, I'll take the third match. And I'll always take a Jack Cartwheel match because he is super talented. Nathan said, I do love how the character of La Parka... I do love the character of La Parka. He's been my favourite for many years. Yeah, brilliant. And so much fun as well. So much fun in AAA. I mean, he's always been a fun character, as you say, you know. But again, he competed last week and put in a fantastic performance. Managed to pick up that victory, now finds himself in that Fatal 4-Way at Triple Mania. So he'll be competing for that vacated Latin American Championship. So Wagner Jr., La Parka, as we said, we're going to add either Alpha Scal, Cruz del Toro, or Psycho Clown tonight. And then we've got Omos, Damian Priest, Galeno. So we've got the big boys going at it. Galeno, I believe, is the biggest superstar that they've got in AAA outside of, you know, the WWE talent. Then Omos. And of course, Damian's not small. So, I mean, we've got 3. They've put the 3 bigger guys into a big kind of clash of the giants. That'll be a lot of fun. I think, as I said, I think that's next week. Mr. Unfamiliar said Strowman has been the title holder of the greatest Royal Rumble Championship for 3,026 days. Yeah, yeah. I don't think that was a belt that was ever being defended, to be honest with you. I think that the belt was just the prize for winning it. So I don't think it is like a title reign that ever gets defended. But yeah, fans do like to kind of say that. Frankie, I am good. Hello, Casey. Hope you're doing well. The original wrestled in WCW, said Nathan. Hello, William. Hope you're doing well. Sunny said we've moved the movie night to next weekends in the Discord. Oh, right. Okay. So see no evil, hear no evil. The Kane film, that was going to be shown in the Discord tonight. But looks like that's been moved. You could have done it. You know, we're just here chatting wrestling. We're just here chatting away. We've started early because I'm just ready. I mean, to be honest, we normally start on a Saturday, even hours before this. So these AAA shows are really late. And they only tend to go for an hour as well. So it just gives us a great opportunity to sit down and talk about whatever you want to talk about. So if you want to talk Raw, if you want to talk NXT, if you want to talk SmackDown, if you want to talk the fallout of SummerSlam or any news that's done the rounds today, or where we're going for Money in the Bank, or any theories that you've got about where things are going, we're here for it. I know many of you always try to get your thoughts heard during SmackDown streams and Raw streams and things like that. So I just, you know, I was at a loss. I was ready to go, so it just made sense to start a bit early. 20 Dominguez said, we need Danhausen in AAA so that he can use his machine to bring back OG La Parker. I think Danhausen popping up in AAA could be really fun. I think there would be lots of different ways that you could use Danhausen. And I think actually the Mexican fans would probably take quite well to him. So I think you're probably on something there where we could do that and have him pop up. I think they are really trying to grow in Mexico because obviously AEW have got a Mexican show that they ran. I think it was Wednesday, was it? Dynamite, that was very well received. And you've got CMLL, which is doing amazing work. I mean, I haven't seen any of the matches or anything, but I hear enough of the buzz. I mean, there's an argument that CMLL and AAA are the two hottest brands in wrestling right now, and that they're the two brands putting on the most consistent shows. So, yeah, I've heard amazing stuff about what CMLL's doing. And obviously we tune into AAA and we know what amazing work they're doing. So, yeah, Mexico, man, 2026. It's certainly the place to be, isn't it? The eyes of the wrestling world are very much looking at Mexico. So they're really trying to see some growth in that area. They don't want it. It's like a battleground, really. It's like WWE versus AEW, and for some reason the war has moved to Mexico, which is a bit strange. We've had a bit of a war over in Europe when, you know, they were both doing big shows. We had Clash at the Castle and then AEW did Wembley. So, you know, we've seen a bit of a war in Europe. Obviously, there's been a bit of a war in America, but very much the war in 2026 has made its way to Mexico. Casey said, did you see my message about Jeebus and I for this week? We're going to do the interview instead. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. No worries. I didn't, but yes, we can do that. That is no problem. What I am going to do is, so that I definitely don't forget, I'm going to actually change the Wrestle Feuds post so that I definitely don't forget. Just talking of Wrestle Feud for the members, because I know there's a lot of members around, we're going to do an hour-long member stream tomorrow. No, Monday, whenever Monday is. We're going to do an hour-long member stream so that we can make sure that we get to your thoughts. But also, just want to talk about the championship game, because members have decided they would like to start the faction element of that. So we're going to talk about that. And also, I did put a post up earlier just asking, listen, if you've got Wrestle Feud questions, suggestions for questions, then you can get those sent in as well. So we've just got a couple of extra things to talk about. Nothing major, just those bits, just as well as any thoughts that you've got come Monday. So, yeah, we're going to do that. Oh, wow, I didn't realise that we were really getting down now to the final parts of... we've only got 2 left, haven't we? We're doing an interview with Casey and Jeebus come Wednesday, and then we've just got Jose Styles against Hello Sydney, and that's it. That is it for a little bit for Wrestle Feud. It goes away for a month or so, just whilst I can get it swapped over and build up the database of questions, and yeah, lovely. Okay, good. Yeah, no problem. Right, I think El Grande isn't in the Luchador tournament because he's going to wrestle Dominic for the AAA Mega Championship at Triple Mania 34 on September 13th, said EQ92. Yeah, maybe. I think it could be to do with distraction. Him, like, you know, I think the build for him going up against Dominic, it should be his only focus. I think if you have him going after the World Heavyweight Championship as well, you're sort of splitting the attention, aren't you? So all of a sudden he's kind of having to try and build towards both. And I think that he could have been in the tournament and Dominic could have cost him. I think they could have done that. And that would have put a bit of extra fuel into that feud. So I think he still could have been in the tournament, but just maybe got eliminated in round 1. But they've decided to go a different way, which, you know, fine. I must admit, some of the names in there were a bit of a surprise to me. There's some names in the tournament that would not be the first names that would come to my mind. Like El Fiscal is in the tournament. And I don't know, that's not a name that I have quite high up my list. It's a great opportunity for El Fiscal to kind of show what he can bring. But yeah, for me, I think El Grande could have been in the first round, then got taken out. But yeah, it makes sense him not winning, I suppose, because as you say, it's so close to the match with Dominic that why would you want to try and have him splitting his focus when really it should be 100% on Dominic on that AAA championship. So I agree, it makes sense. Junkwax Obsessed, hello. Said hello, sir. Have a great stream. Junkwax, hope you're doing well. Hope life's treating you well. Jeff Thrick said, I want to hear about that Rhea news and Dominic news because I've not heard it yet. Okay. The Rhea news. So this is, I was actually going to do a breaking news, or not breaking news, but latest news thing on this because there is a few elements to it. So let's just have a walk, shall we? So the Rhea Ripley news is that she obviously got injured and she then couldn't make SummerSlam. So WWE decided that they were going to do an interim champion whilst we figured out how long Rhea was going to be out for. I think, you know, it's starting to feel now like they didn't know how severe it was at the time of making the interim announcement. Obviously, a couple of days ago, Rhea has then put a picture out of her just lying on a sofa post-surgery, right? So she's had surgery done. And so all of a sudden now the chatter is that the recovery from this surgery is going to see her out for the rest of the year. And the chatter now, and this was Brian Alvarez that was saying that he's heard people saying she's going to be out for a considerable amount of time. And actually, they're kind of circling a Royal Rumble return. They're talking early 2027 return. They're talking she's out for the rest of this year and Royal Rumble is when we see her back, which, of course, has now got people saying, so do we make Chelsea the proper champion? I mean, honestly, what a mess. What a mess. I don't know how much you can blame WWE for this, but I think you can blame them for just not having the balls to just say at SummerSlam, this is for the Women's Championship, which all of us said at the time, that's what you should do. I don't think, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think I saw a single person saying they liked the interim idea. I don't think I saw a single person. I think all of us were like, don't like it. Don't like it because it just feels temporary. It doesn't feel like the actual championship. I said going into SummerSlam, I wouldn't give the belt to Chelsea. Not because I have an issue with Chelsea. Not because I don't like Chelsea. Nothing like that. In fact, the opposite. I like Chelsea and I want her to be successful. But I don't want her first world title to have an asterisk next to it. I don't want that first world title to be questionable. I don't want there to be anything off with her first world title. I want to celebrate her first world championship. I want that moment to be the moment. And I'm sorry, you may feel different, but when she won, I was pleased. But there was the asterisk that was next to it. There was but she's probably going to lose it in a week. How long is she going to have it for? It's the interim. They've even released merch, I believe, on WWE Shop. I saw Matt Cardona post this, that says interim women's champion. It's got interim crossed out and permanent written, sort of in pen, right, above. And it's like a new shirt. And yeah, it is, isn't it? It is that. It is kind of like, don't worry about the interim thing. We're going to treat it like it's permanent, or it's permanent to me. But the fact we're even having that conversation, the fact that that even has to be said, says that obviously there is an asterisk, there is a barrier. I just hate it. I really hate it. I just think you've really kind of dialed down that moment for me. Like, oh, I don't want the asterisks. I don't want any of that. You could have put the belt on her at SummerSlam and it could have been and should have been the proper actual women's championship. And now we find out. That Rhea Ripley could be out till the Royal Rumble. And now we find out that chatter is that WWE are now considering making it permanent. What a mess. So Chelsea's interim championship could become permanent. What a mess. What a mess. You really poured water for me on that moment at SummerSlam. And I don't think I'm alone, because we did a little quiz, a little poll thing in our community of the best moments from SummerSlam weekend. And we had, decent amount of feedbacks. And the Chelsea moment came in about number 6 from SummerSlam weekends. I think that's going to be higher if it's the proper belt. I think that it's down in 6 because it does have that interim thing. There's going to be people out there that are like, doesn't matter to me, makes no difference to me. That's great. It did to me. It mattered to me. I did not feel the same level of excitement and enthusiasm, because in my mind, in the back of my mind, Rhea is coming back soon. Otherwise, we wouldn't have made this the interim title. So Rhea's coming back soon and Rhea's winning. Because again, why would we make this the interim title if Rhea is going to come back and lose? If Rhea's going to come back and lose, just make this the proper title. So the interim thing was an issue for me. And now word has come out today. Rhea might be out for a longer time and we might actually make Chelsea the proper champion. It's honestly so unnecessary. I really do get frustrated by it, because there are occasions where I think that WWE get a bad rep, and actually there's stuff that happens that you can go, yeah, I know what you're saying, but look at it from this point of view, right? But with this one, I'm really struggling with the other point of view. The only thing I can think is that WWE were under the impression that Rhea's injury wasn't that bad, so they announced the interim, and then it turns out they find out it's worse than we thought. She's actually going to need surgery. Maybe that happens. Maybe it really is bad luck on that scale, where they genuinely thought Rhea was going to be okay. But I don't know. Wouldn't you have waited first before making the announcement how bad the injury was, and found out if she was going to need surgery? So I don't know what the hell's gone on there, but a real mess. The end result is Chelsea could now become the permanent women's champion. But I don't know. I think her next challenger's Nia. There's every chance she could lose to Nia. I don't know. I just don't know what they're doing. I don't think they know what they're doing, to be honest, when it comes to this situation. So frustrating. I am feeling frustration over that. And then the other news, which was the Dominic news, is that he's frustrated. So I think it was false reports or whatever they're called, false finish. I don't know. Probably not great, actually, if you're a news outlet to have the word false in your name. I've never really thought about that. But yeah, they are reporting, and they are reputable. They're fine, right? Don't forget, kids, the news is important, but where you get the news from is more important, because they could say that Vince is back and Vince is now in charge of WWE. That would be big news. But if it's coming from a completely rubbish account that you can't trust, it's not worth anything, is it? So where you get your news from is probably more important than the news itself. So this is fine. This false finish is fine. I know the people that are behind it, they used to work for other organizations. They're reporting that Dominic's frustrated, really frustrated with the way that he's being used, because loves how he's used in AAA, hates how he's used on Raw, hates the whole Danhausen thing, hates the fact he was in such a joke comedic match, hates the fact that he's not being treated more seriously on Raw by the main roster. He feels that he's being treated with respect and credibility when it comes to AAA. Doesn't feel like that extends across to Raw. And so, yeah, I can sort of understand those frustrations. I think it is part and parcel of wrestling, though. You know, you are always going to be put in situations that, you know, aren't favorable. Every wrestler goes through that. You're going to be put and asked to do things that you really don't, you know, like, and you just sort of got to make them work. I mean, this one, I think the bigger problem for him isn't just the Danhausen thing. It's the fact he's in Judgment Day and he's sort of seen as being a bit of a comedy character, you know? He's sort of still seen as being the kid that can't quite get it done on his own. He's sort of seen as the kid that needs that outside interference and is not the level of like some of the other talents, and that he's still taking shortcuts. And whereas in, you know, AAA is kind of coming down, making his way to the ring, having singles matches where he's picking up wins that are clean. And I think he's just enjoying kind of the presentation in AAA more than the main roster. So, which I can understand. I don't think it's a big deal. It's not like he's about to walk out. It's just being reported that there is some frustration there. And I think when you see what they asked him to do at SummerSlam, it's not hard. It's not hard to see why, is it? So those are the couple of bits of news. Those are the two things that are doing the rounds. Chelsea could be about to be permanent champion, and Dominic very frustrated with the way he's being used on the main roster. Don said, who do we think is going to win Money in the Bank in October? It's a great question. I think that with Liv having one of the belts, Raquel or maybe Roxanne would be a good shout, because obviously then you've got a lot of fun you can have with the championship being on one Judgment Day member and the Money in the Bank cash-in being on another Judgment Day member. And of course, you can really plant seeds then, can't you, for dissension. So the name I would have gone with would have been Chelsea. Could you imagine Chelsea with that briefcase teasing that she's going to cash it in, trying and failing, crowd really wanting to see it? And you could have stretched that out for a long time, where she comes running down, people are going crazy, and she gets stopped. I think, you know, rather than Chelsea winning at SummerSlam an interim women's title, Money in the Bank, that was the right direction for me. You give her Money in the Bank, and then you know, because it just makes sense. Chelsea is someone that struggles to get wins and momentum. So yes, she can win a ladder match. That's fine. But she's probably not winning like a number one contenders match and then winning a title match. But at Money in the Bank, where you can come running down whenever, just makes so much sense. Really works for her character. You know, she can obviously accessorize it. Anytime there's a conversation involving the champ, she's there in the background, you know. would have kept her involved at the top. I mean, she could lose this belt to Nia or someone, and then, you know, where is she then? Back in the mid-card? I don't know. But the great thing about Money in the Bank is you can carry that for 12 months, and you are part of the conversation. Anytime champions are talking, you're always there. You're always able to interrupt. Just remind them that you are a factor as well. And I would have had to come down and try to cash in and get prevented and eventually succeed some point next year, maybe at WrestleMania. And it could have been a great moment. So, yeah, I would have gone Chelsea, but I think Roxanne probably makes a lot of sense. Some people will say I don't think, had a mid-card run yet, but I think the great thing about Money in the Bank is it kind of makes you look at the person different, because you sort of look at the person and go, could they? Are they? You start questioning about, are they going to put the world title on this person? It sort of reframes the person. You start looking at them a little bit differently. And I think that, you know, Roxanne, who absolutely could win a mid-card title, you could start just looking at her a little differently. Like, is she a world champion in waiting? I wouldn't have a cash in anytime soon. I would kick that can well into mid-2027. Give her some wins, build up her credibility, and then boom. So for me, that's what I'd do with the women. In regards to the men, I just think maybe let's pull the trigger on LA Knight. We've spoken a lot about LA Knight and about why I think they've not pulled the trigger on LA Knight, even though he gets such, you know, great fan support. We've spoken about that a few times. And it's just a theory that I've got, but I think for me, it is like the age is a factor. I think that when you are around that kind of mid-40s, they are looking at you and they are having to decide, are we going to put the belt on you and invest in you? What return are we going to get from that? Or is it better that we spend our time kind of putting the belt on a 32-year-old or a 28-year-old, someone that we know we're going to be able to get 15 years out of? I really, really do think that is a consideration, and I do think that is a factor. He's obviously joined WWE very, very late, and I also think he's joined WWE without really being looked at as being a world champion. And again, that's no disrespect. It got him in the door. You know, it got him a job. But just because they looked at him and went, yeah, we like this guy. He's got experience. He can talk. He can work. Let's bring him in. He can fill out the roster. He's pretty popular. Let's go. I don't think they were expecting him to get over with the crowd like he did. And I certainly don't think they had plans at any point for him to, be challenging like the champions and be a world champion and mixing it up in the main event. So, I think there's been a period of like that catching them off guards, then them having a look, trying to figure out, is this just a flash in the pan? Then, of course, they've got other plans in the works like Cody, which they obviously want to go with. So, LA Knight is having to battle Roman, is having to battle Brock, is having to battle Cody. He's having to, compete against the likes of Drew and people like this, right? And so I think there's a few things like that have just got in his way. But I think we're at the point where the fan support, it might have settled down, but it's certainly not gone. Far from it. People still really want to see LA Knight get his moment. So why not give him Money in the Bank? I mean, I know he's about to mix it up with Roman, but I really do not expect him to win. So I think Roman's retaining. So why not give LA Knight the briefcase? And LA Knight can be that person, he can get to the belt that way. The other name as well, and this was mentioned the other day, and I have to mention it because I thought it was a great shout, is Bron Breakker. Bron Breakker is someone that's struggling to get to that main event kind of level. I expect him to mix it up with Oba, obviously, and I think he'll probably come off second best there. So obviously, we don't want to hurt him too much, him coming off second best to Oba, but I expect him to come off second best to Oba. I think he'll get beaten down and he'll get beaten, but it'll be like that he shows amazing heart and strength and actually, hopefully, opens some people's eyes to just, wow, how impressive was he? What an amazing performance that was from LA Knight. So I'm thinking LA Knight is going to come off second best. How do we get him to that next level? Can we get there just by doing that, or do we take a shortcut, which could be Money in the Bank? So for me, here's another factor that I would look at as well. Two very different ends of the scale. LA Knight, quite old in age now, but, struggling to get there because I think that's the factor. Or Bron Breakker, much younger, but we just can't kind of really get him over with the fans. We just cannot find that thing that's going to really push him over the edge. So two people at both ends of the scale, but yet both of them could do with that boost. In the Bank could be that. So, but yeah, feel free to put in who you would go with. Trude Must Go says Gable. Gable would be the direction. Okay, let me make sure that we've picked up on everything. Yeah, boom. Let's get back. LA Knight is not a Roddy Piper level. Sometimes wrestlers shouldn't win a world title, said Matt Sowin. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a difficult thing to do, though, compared to the past. I don't think you can really say Piper didn't win it, so that means anyone below his level shouldn't win it. I think Piper didn't win it because Hogan, and Hogan was so dominant. And the 80s was a period of Hulkamania. And actually, early 80s, I mean, we're talking them feuding in 84 into 85. I mean, this is WrestleMania 1. This is peak Hulkamania. And after that, Roddy Piper, he wouldn't really be around the top end of the cards. He'd kind of be doing some other stuff. Mr. T at WrestleMania 2, of course. He would even do a retirement match at WrestleMania 3 against Adrian Adonis. So, and go off to do his films and other things. He was doing They Live, for example. So, I mean, Roddy Piper is a fantastic one of the greatest of all time. I think if you set that as the benchmark, there's a lot of people that aren't going to reach that standard because he is just an icon. He's larger than life. He's one of the greatest we've ever seen. I mean, we'll always be talking about Piper. When they're making legend toys in the future, they're always going to be making Pipers. They still make Piper figures now. You can, when Rhonda came out, she had his graphics and his jacket, and she was Piper was a big inspiration to her. And yeah, I mean, is that going to be the case for LA Knight? Maybe not, but I wouldn't set that as the bar because I think it is very much of the sort of era that you're in. We're not in an era of Hulkamania. Well, first of all, we're not in an era of just one world title. We're in an era of two. So that, had there been two world titles when Hogan was around, would Piper have had the other one? Maybe. So we're in a different era in that regard. The other thing as well is there's no one I would say right now that's Hulkamania running wild type level. I mean, you'd have to point to Roman, but Roman, I think, has already had his big run, which was the 4-year run, right? Coming out of the pandemic coming out of it. So I don't feel like, Roman, if we had to take the belt off him now, we could do it, and I think we're building up Oba to be that person, actually. So I think Oba will get that belt from Roman. I think when they collide, I expect Oba to get the victory. And I think that even the win over Seth by Roman was them just taking a thorn out of the side. They are really trying to present this as being the best Roman ever. The Roman that we've got now is meant to be the best he's ever been. No one can stop him. Genuinely, if we did Roman against Cody at, say, Survivor Series, I think Roman wins. Because I think the project right now is build Roman because we're going to feed him to Oba, and Oba's going to get the win when they collide, maybe WrestleMania next year. So, yes, Roman is a big deal right now, but only because we're building him up for Oba. If it wasn't for the Oba match, I actually think Roman is very beatable because he's had his run. I think he's had his run. He had his run, that 4-year run. I don't think this run is going to be that. I think this run is literally... This run for me will be remembered, I think, as being the run where we built him up for the Oba match. Everything's heading to that Oba match. So I think, for me, LA Knight is not having to battle against a Hulkamania type Hulk Hogan, who's having the run of his career. He's not around at a time where there's only one world championship. He's around at a time where there's two. And don't forget as well, back in the day, we didn't have Money in the Bank. What if Roddy Piper had won Money in the Bank back in 1980s? Would he have come running down and cashed in on Hogan? So, again, if we'd have had some of the gimmick type matches and opportunities that we have now, then the 1980s could have looked very different. So I think it's very hard to compare era with era. I think that there's enough support there for LA Knight to have a look at it and to pull the trigger. I don't disagree though, that, there is no God-given right to being champion. I mean, Mr. Perfect didn't achieve it. Davey Boy didn't achieve it. Owen Hart never achieved it. Roddy Piper didn't achieve it. Ravishing Rick Rude never achieved it. I mean, that period where we had one world title and it was dominated by Hogan in the 80s into the early 90s. I mean, there's a lot of people that as a result missed out. A lot of people. The vast majority of people missed out. So I don't disagree, actually. Jake the Snake never won it. Jake the Snake Roberts never won the WWE Championship. And that feels, wrong to me. Certainly when you look at like the fact that we put a world title on Damian Priest and we put a world title on Jey Uso, we put a world title on Jinder Mahal. So I don't think you can compare those different eras as a result, because we're just not in that place anymore. So I think LA Knight has a chance. I think he's got a chance. I think there's enough support there for him. And the question we keep getting is, why won't they do it? Why won't they put the world title on it? I think it'll be a moment if they do, actually, because there is so much frustration around. I've just played Legend Royal Rumble. It's a WWE game. I played as Roman and I smashed them all, said Bruce. Let's go. Daze, have you seen Drew? Said Humble Rumble. Well, no, I know he's doing films, but I've not seen him. The belt should not be that everyone gets a turn. LA Knight should be another good wrestler that misses out, said Matt Owen. But that's fair. Yeah, I mean, I agree not everyone should get a turn, but I suppose where I disagree is if you've got a wrestler that is over to the level of LA Knight, where he is now consistently year after year being one of their top merch sellers, gets big reactions. I do watch-alongs for every Raw, every SmackDown, every PLE, every Saturday night's main event. His name comes up a lot. The question comes up a lot. Why aren't they putting the belt on him? It is something that people out there want to see. And, Triple H came out and said the other day, get yourself over. And once you've got yourself over, then we've got something to work with. Then we can, start to put the machine behind you. And people straight away were like, well, what about LA Knight? LA Knight's got himself over, got massive reactions. We've seen it many times where the report comes out of the monthly bestsellers and LA Knight's name features on there. So the question keeps coming back, why not LA Knight? The numbers appear to be there. The support appears to be there. So why not LA Knight? I think it's a very difficult argument to say, well, not everyone can be. Okay, well, what's he got to do to be the champion then? That argument of, well, it's not meant for everyone. Okay, well, what does he do? How does he get it? I mean, is the answer that he just never does? And if so, why? Why can he never get it? What is he meant to do? What is any wrestler meant to do if there is this glass ceiling that you can just never get past? And no one will tell you why you can't get past it. I can tell you why a lot of wrestlers missed out in the 80s. His name was Hulk Hogan, and we only had one world title. And Hulkamania was running wild, and they did take the belt off him, of course, at times. Wasn't that he held the belt all the way through. There was the Andre situation, which then led to the tournament at WrestleMania 4. There was the Ultimate Warrior loss. And so he passed the torch to Warrior. That then meant that Warrior dropped the belt to Sergeant Slaughter, and then Hogan could get it from Slaughter at 7. So, you know, we had all of that situation. Then we had the whole debacle with Undertaker and Tuesday at Texas, where there was a couple of screwy finishes, so the belt was vacated, and that's why it was put up in the 1992 Royal Rumble, and then that's where Ric Flair wins it. This ultimately leads to Hogan getting it off Yokozuna at 93 at WrestleMania 9. So, I mean, there are these periods where we do take the belt off Hogan, but obviously, you know, you're not going to do that on a regular basis. That's not really how it worked back then. I mean, back then it was all about long title reigns, which I think is kind of where Triple H gets it from. Triple H has brought those long title reigns into the modern kind of product, and it frustrates people. People get frustrated at the fact that, you know, people have long title reigns, but I don't know, historically that's how it was. You know, this is the person, this is the guy, and you show that by giving them wins, giving them long title runs, rather than it flip-flopping around and we never quite know who the best is. Because if it flip-flops around all the time, what are you actually learning? And also, is it going to be endlessly exciting when the belt changes? Or is it going to be a case that actually it's just not going to matter as much? Because the 24/7 belt changed all the time and no one cared because it was changing all the time. So with this like top championship, I think when there is a title change, it means something because it doesn't happen very often. And, you know, that is a bit of an unfortunate truth. People want the titles to be put on different people and moved around. But if you was to do that, I don't think it would mean as much. I don't think it would matter as much. So I think with LA Knight, he's proven that he's got the support. I can't give you, other than his age, a reason as to why you wouldn't, you know, with all the different mechanics that we've got now, like Money in the Bank, for example, or if the belt was defended in an elimination chamber, LA Knight could win that, you know, or if the belt's in a Rumble. I mean, we could easily get to the point where the belt's defended in a Rumble. We've done that previously a few times. Belt could be defended in the Rumble, and the winner of the Rumble wins the belt. LA Knight could win that. So, you know, there are ways of getting the belt onto LA Knight that don't require him to beat the champion or Roman in a singles match. I think it's hard to sit here and say he's never going to win it. Why? Because sometimes not everyone, I don't think that's a strong enough argument. I think LA Knight fans would want, you know, something more concrete than that. William said, I woke up in a tent. We were camping. I was thinking, where have all these fritters come from? William's having his own conversation, and I respect that. I think if we play hot potato with belts, said Raver, it makes wrestling more unpredictable, like the Attitude Era. Well, I mean, the Attitude Era was just a bonkers time, wasn't it? I would say that it's debatable as to whether that had worked. I think that there is excitement that can be found within the belt moving around, but I think there is a limit. I think that the belt did change hands too many times during the Attitude Era. I think that there were times where it changed hands and it did sort of lose its meaning. But I agree, it can be turned up more than what we see now. So I do think there's a sweet spot, and I do think that sweet spot is in a different place for a lot of different people. So this is where it gets tricky, because it's not a one size fits all. And what is in wrestling, to be honest, you know, what is there in wrestling where it's going to get 100% agreement? So I think you're right in saying the Attitude Era saw an increased amount of champions, but I think I would just push back in saying that it was a total success. I would say there's definitely title changes that we didn't need to do, that didn't help, that didn't really get a reaction. But you can definitely increase from where we are at the moment. Because where we are at the moment, you know, I mean, we just did it with Sammy, 9-day reign, went from Cody to Sammy to CM Punk. That was fine. No one had an issue with that. Worked in the story. Sammy's crashing out as a result. I think all of that's fine. And I think, you can point to Liv not defending her belt for like 100 days and the frustration people have got with that because she's got a long reign, but it's not a reign that means anything. So if she'd dropped the belt, won it back within that period, I think that would have been received well as well. So there is absolutely opportunity to defend belts more, lose belts more. But for me, there is going to be a point where it starts getting hot potatoed and then it starts losing its effect. For Triple H, he seems to be, his sweet spot seems to be a lot more the other end, where he just doesn't want to be moving belts around as much, which is quite a surprise when you think about it, because he competed all throughout that Attitude Era. So, I mean, he obviously witnessed the championships being moved around on a regular basis. But he still seems to call back to that sort of 70s and 80s approach where the belts just didn't. I mean, if you look at how long the NWA champions had their belts for, there's like reigns for years and years. Obviously, Bruno having it for 7 years in the 60s, 4 years in the 70s. I think Bob Backlund had it 4 years as well. Pedro Morales had it for a couple of years. Same with, I think, Superstar as well. So, I mean, there's lots of long reigns in early WWF going into Hogan, obviously, who then has a long reign in the 80s. That seems to be where Triple H is. But I agree, you can probably turn it up a touch. I get that, but there was lots of top contenders back then. Mankind, Kane, Austin, Rock, Triple H. I'd say there is now, though. I don't think there's a difference now. If you think about the fact that we've got Roman and Seth and CM Punk and Cody, we've got Gunther, we've got Drew, we've got Oba on the rise, we got, I think you could get Bron Breakker into the mix. I think he's kind of knocking on the door. Bron Breakker to me feels like he's bigger than a mid-card belt. And I think actually his face-to-face with Oba really generated excitement. So, I mean, I think you can get Oba into that mix. Randy, I think, is in that conversation as well. I don't think any of us would be shocked to see Randy carrying the belt. So I think where you've got that list of names, I think you've still got that list of names now. Is LA Knight one of them? Well, I've got to say no at the moment, because he doesn't really get title opportunities that regular, does he? I mean, he tends to get a title shot like once every couple of years. It's normally against Roman, and it's normally in Saudi Arabia. And we normally know that he's not going to win. But is he kind of going after championships, getting opportunities on a regular basis? Is he in that same group of Drew? And don't forget, Kevin's come back as well. So, I mean, Kevin's got to be in that conversation. So, is he in that same pot of Cody and Punk and Drew and all of that? No, he's not. So I can understand the argument of, we can't put the belt on all of these people. I do understand that. But I think when you dial down into it, if an LA Knight fan really wanted an answer as to why we weren't putting the belt on LA Knight, I think you got to come up with something more than, well, just not everyone can have it. I think you got to be a bit more specific about that. And listen, it could be the age. It could be. And that might be the actual answer that people just don't like. It really could be his age. We're not going to invest in someone that's 44 and is about to win his first championship. We want to invest in Oba, Braun, Trick. These are the names. Gunther, who's yet to win the WWE Championship, and I think is about 39. He's about 5 years younger. So, we want to invest in those names rather than an LA Knight at the age of 44. But, that opens a whole different can of worms then when you start getting into that conversation. I hope you enjoy the weekend. Hello, Reese. Who had the belt the longest time, said Dean. Bruno had it the longest time, 7 years in the 60s. So it was from 63 to, I think it was like 70. 60, I can't remember the exact year, if it was 69 or 70 that he loses it to Ivan Koloff. But famously, they said that when he lost that belt, it was in the garden, and they couldn't even give the belt to Koloff. It's such a different time, though, because they apparently there was going to be a riot. There was a stunned silence when Bruno finally lost that belt. He was like a proper hero to the people. And he'd had the belt 7 years. It's so hard to imagine that. How could you put a belt on someone, keep it on them for 7 years, and there nearly be a riot when the person loses it? They had to get Ivan Koloff out the building. He could not celebrate with the belt. And then, of course, not long after he drops it to, I think it was Pedro Morales. So really, Koloff was just a transitional champion. Bruno was done. I mean, he was broken, as you could probably understand. Back then, the schedule was grueling, and for him to have had it as long as he did, like 7 years, that he was broken. We broke Bruno. So he dominates the 60s. He drops it to Ivan Koloff, and then Koloff drops it to Morales. Morales has it for a while, doesn't draw as well. And so then they have to figure out about, should we put it back on Bruno? And amazingly, they do. Bruno, I think he negotiated, I've got to work less dates because you basically killed me last time. I've got to work less dates. And so there was a bit of an arrangement, but still a horrible schedule compared to today. And I think he carried it another 4 years. And then business still didn't pick up when he dropped it. So Vince Jr. said to Bruno, this is why Bruno is such a goat in the early years, and it's why he deserves his flowers, right? Bruno was like a god in Madison Square Garden, right? He was the guy. He was the greatest name that they'd ever seen. So Bruno was a god amongst men, right? Even in the 80s. And even with like the rise of Hulkamania and everything, Vince obviously still wanted to be used in Bruno if he could. And I think Bruno's in his 50s at this point. And so what Vince said is, listen, I'll use your son, David, and I'll get him opportunities, but I want you in his corner, and I want you for matches. So there is this mental Bruno run in the 80s. If you go to WrestleMania 1, you can see David having a match, and Bruno is at WrestleMania 1, is in his son's corner. And you can find matches of Bruno against Macho Man Randy Savage. Bruno's in his 50s at this point. But it's all because if he agreed to do it, then David, his son, was going to get a push. So it's mental. Honestly, the history of WWE is a lot of fun to dig into. It is really mental. So yeah, you can find like all these Bruno matches from the 80s. I don't think there's tons and tons. Certainly there's some fun ones with Macho Man. And someone sent me a tag match the other day that had Bruno in and Macho on the other team. So I think there is a Bruno Hogan tag. Oh, let me double check that. I think there is. I think Bruno and Hogan do tag. Whether that match has seen the light of day, I'm not sure. But you've inspired me to double check that now. Because my brain is saying it is, but my brain is also... Yeah, no, it is. It is. Right here. In fact, it was his last match. 87 was his last match. 87, Bruno and Hogan teaming together against King Kong Bundy and One Man Gang at a house show in 1987. August of 87. That's like well after WrestleMania 3. There's him facing Hercules. Has a few Hercules matches. Look at all these 87 matches. I mean, look at all this. Is 87. This is Bruno. How old's Bruno at this point? Bruno in 87. Let's just go to Bruno. I'm getting distracted, but, you know, these are the kind of wormholes I'll go down. He was born in 35. So in 87, he would have been 52 going on 53 in 87. 52 going on 53. He had intercontinental title matches against the Honky Tonk Man in 87. He had a few, actually, at house shows, winning them by count out. Oh, could you imagine if they'd have put the belt on Bruno? Could you imagine if he'd have won the IC title in 87? How awesome would that have been? Look, he competes there, and there, and there, and there, and there, all for the Intercontinental Championship. He wins all of these matches, but they're all by countouts. So the title doesn't change hands. But he does a lot of stuff with Macho Man. But a lot of this is house show stuff. A lot of it is house show stuff. King of the Ring, 1986. Bruno defeats the Designated Hitman. Oh, Pete Doherty? The Designated Hitman. So Bruno competed in King of the Ring 1986, which I don't know if that was televised, actually. It was the one that Harley Race won to become King Harley Race, beat Pedro Morales in the final. Bruno was on the card, but he wasn't in the tournament. I don't think I've ever seen this. Is there anywhere that you can watch King of the Ring 1986? King of the Ring 1986 video. It was the second King of the Ring. Primetime 86. Primetime Wrestling. What's this? Has this got highlights from it? Primetime Wrestling. Precursor. Oh, I don't know. I don't know what I'm watching here. So I'm watching this, look. I don't even know what this is. It's some old primetime wrestling. Oh, mate, I've gone down a rabbit hole. I've gone down it. Oh, look, we got the machines. Let's go. Yeah, I don't know. King of the Ring 86. That would be kind of fun to go back to. I wish all these old shows were available to, get your teeth into. This is one that was uploaded last year. Good quality, actually. Good quality. This is one that I might have to download on a bit of a cheeky way. But this is, 1986. It's the 14th of July, 1986. I don't know if this has got King of the Ring bits in it, but the quality is actually really, really good. JSG TV, have they got other ones, maybe? Oh, they've got a few old wrestling bits. Got an old, oh, look at this. Got an old Superstars from 96. And we got lots of Mid-Atlantic. And how many videos are there here? Videos. 1,700 videos. Oh my God. WWF All-Star Wrestling from 1981. I've never seen that. I've never seen that. I don't think I've ever seen anything that goes back that far. 81, another 81 full show, 1080p. Look, Superstars from 96. 81. There's a lot of 81. For some reason, we got a lot of Superstars from 96, and we got a lot of All-Star Wrestling from 81. That's what we've got there again. Look. I don't think All-Star Wrestling, I don't think it was on the network. I don't remember ever seeing All-Star Wrestling. It's WWF. It's one of their key shows from the early 80s. This is before Vince even owned it. Yeah. We seem to have the full year for both. I feel like we've got the full year for Superstar. If you want to watch Superstars from 96, or you want to watch All-Star Wrestling, if you want to really get a good knowledge of what was going on in 1981 in WWE, I think I found a good YouTube channel for you. And if you're interested in watching, one of the key shows from 1996 that's not Raw, I think I found a good channel for you. It's called what's it called? JSG TV. Yeah, worth checking out. I just wanted to see, I know I'm ignoring the chat fair bit, but I just wanted to see if there was anything else from a different year? Or is it just Superstars from 96 and it's just All-Stars from 81? All-Star 81, All-Star 81, Superstar 96, Superstar 96. Mate, I'm downloading all of these. I'm downloading all of these. I'm having all of these. 81, 81. Give me some other ones. Give me some other years. No, that was... No. 96, 96. 88, 81. World Class. 81. 96. 81. Blooming now. Surely we've looked at every 81 and 96 by now. World Class. 81. 96. Oh my god. 81. 96. 81. Come on. 96. 81. 81. Luthez. Luthez versus Ricky Dozan from 1957. 56 minutes. You shut up. You shut up right now. Luthez, Ricky Dozan from 1957. Guys, we've just completely gone down a wormhole. And I am loving it. 96, 96. I swear to God, they're just making new episodes for 96 now. World Class, All Japan, 96. Shut up. 96, 96. WWF. Have they gone now? The 81s have gone, haven't they? It's just 96s that I'm seeing now. I was hoping for an 80 or a 79 or something along those lines, you know. But I don't think I'm going to get anything. I think it's all just Superstars from 96 that keeps popping up. Yeah. I think we've... Oh, shut up. WWF All-Star Wrestling 1980 with heel Hogan from 1980. We found 1980. They do have 80. They've got 80 and they've got 81. Yes. Okay. So we've got 80 and we've got 80. I don't know if they've got all of... they've got Superstars from 92 as well. Do you remember we were seeing lots of Superstars from 96? Now we've got Superstars from 92. And more 1980. Mate, you might not see me for a week. I'm just downloading all of these. I don't need the Mid-South or the World's Superstars from 92. Yes. God bless this person. Whoever this person is, God bless you. We've got Bob Backlund, Greg the Hammer Valentine from 1979. The video goes for over an hour, so that's got to be the full episode from 79. Okay, I've seen enough. I've kept you guys enough, but and also screenshot. How do we do that? Screenshot. Zoink. There we go. Boom. We're back, baby. We're back. Yeah, love that. I definitely am going to be doing some serious downloading of this channel, where I'm just going to grab a load of these videos. Guys, they've got Wrestling Challenge from 87 as well. So they've got like 80, 81, some 87, 92 for Superstars, 96 for Superstars. Wow. They've got a Superstars from 95. I don't think there's any Superstars that are available, you know. Do you know what's interesting as well? I know we said we're going to move on. A lot of this has been uploaded this year. Look, 6 months ago, 6 months ago, 6 months ago, 6 months ago. And this is the older stuff. When was their most recent uploads? 9 days ago, 2 days ago, 20 hours ago. They uploaded a Superstars just 20 hours ago. They're uploading... Look, that episode went up 4 hours ago. What's their oldest video? the hell's all this? Computer game nonsense. Well, this is what the channel started with. And then 2 years ago, they took a big pivot. They very much changed 2 years ago. And they started to upload a lot of... There's Primetime Wrestling from 90. Bret Hart, Terry Funk, 97. Primetime Wrestling, 90. Primetime Wrestling... Oh, Jesus. Mate, I feel like I've just found the network. I feel like I've just found the WWE network. I feel like I've just found a load of stuff that I don't think is available right now. I don't think you can find this anywhere. I think this was all on the network. They might be uploading the odd episode on like Vault, but oh my God, they're so slow. I mean, in my lifetime, for however long I live, I will not get to see every episode that's missing at the speed that they're uploading them on WWE Vault. This is a treasure trove that we have just found. This is the mother lode. This is a WWE wrestling historian's wet dream. That's what we've just found. This is... I need to download all of this before this channel gets taken down. Or something happens. They've got In Your House. The second In Your House. I think those shows are up. But look, we've got Primetime Wrestling from 88. They've even got some old WCW. Oh, mate, we've hit the mother load. We've absolutely hit the mother load. Daze, you don't need to download them. They're already downloaded onto YouTube. Yeah, but they could get taken off. You know, this channel could get flagged by WWE and taken down. So unless I've got it, I don't trust it. Unless I've got it on a hard drive, you just don't know. This person's channel could easily get deleted, and every one of these videos is gone. It could get flagged by WWE or anything. So I really would not trust that this stays here. Because think about it. WWE sell their old content, don't they? Their tape library. They're going out and, you know, trying to promote WWE Vault or trying to sell it to Peacock, whatever. This channel is, if it's going to keep continuing to add to this, WWE are going to have an issue with that at some point. I can't see that this channel, if it does get onto their radar, I can't see how they're going to be happy with this channel just staying up. So yeah, if you are someone like me that really does miss a lot of that old content that's just not around anymore, then that channel is a real gift. So just something to be aware of. Okay. Old WCW, you're saying, said Nathan. Yeah, old WCW. There was ECW, there was WCW. There was what else did they have on there? They had not AEW, is it AWA? I think I saw some AWA that was on there. Mid-South was on there, but the stuff that really interests me is all the old WWE stuff. See what happens when you go down a rabbit hole, said Nathan. I know, yeah, I know that might have been dull for many of you, but that's the kind of stuff that I end up doing, to be honest. That's the, you know, you kind of start somewhere with a chat about, I think, didn't we start who was the longest reigning champ? We got into a Bruno conversation. Then my brain went, did he ever team with Hogan? I'm sure he did. And then that turned out to be his last match. And then I wanted to know if some of those matches were available. That then took me to that channel. And mate, now I'm like a pig in sludge. That channel's great, said Toga Bread. I love watching the old WWF videos they put up from the 80s. There was Piper, like 80, 81, King Kong Bundy, Chris Kanyon with hair. I really miss the managers, like the Grand Wizards. Oh, that's a name from the past, the Grand Wizards. Yeah, they did have managers like that. And wasn't it like Oliver Humperdinck and Classy Freddie Blassie, of course. So, yeah. Do you know, I got to be honest, there's a lot of knowledge that I'm missing when it comes to that period. I think when you go really before 1985, which is obviously well documented because of WrestleMania 1, the build up to WrestleMania 1. I feel like as we come out of WrestleMania 1, there's a lot of stuff that you can find as well. I feel like we're really underway then. You know, the WrestleMania 1 is like the explosion, really. And I think things around that and after that are quite easy to find. You can obviously find Hogan beating the Sheik in early 84, but 83, 82, 81, anything around that time and before is challenging. There's definitely bits. I mean, you can find stuff. You could find stuff on the network from the 70s and whatnot, but it's sketchy. It's really hard to find that stuff. So, imagine sitting down and just blasting your way through 1981 and just watching, you know, the feuds and the stories and the wrestlers and what was happening. And you could do that on that channel. That's why, you know, wow, what a gift to be able to do that and potentially go into 82 as well. And actually shine a spotlight into that kind of part of WWE's history. Because I think anything after WrestleMania 1 is pretty well documented. The only frustrating thing is a lot of those episodes are just not available now. For some reason, when the network went down, they took away a lot of that stuff. Do you know, I looked on Netflix the other day. Loads of episodes of Raw missing. Loads of episodes. Whole years missing. Like big chunks of Raw, and that's Raw. I mean, you would think that Raw, that started in 93, they would just leave that up. Do you know what I mean? Here's every episode of Raw. Why do you ever need to take that down? I mean, this is where you start getting into censorship. This is where maybe things like, I don't know, Benoit, you know, and things like that, or segments that have not aged very well, that WWE don't want people stumbling across. You know, this is where it starts getting a bit, I don't like it. You know, this is your history. Just put a warning at the start. Just say there's some content here that, you know, may offend some people, or something like that. I don't know. I can't say that's the reason, because there are whole years missing, not just odd episodes. So I'm not saying that's the reason, but this is what you're battling with when it comes to that older footage. Is that for whatever reason, it's getting taken down, it's getting changed. You know, music that they don't own the copyright for anymore can be changed. You can go back and watch old WrestleManias and old things and feel like you're watching how it was at the time, but it's not. It's not, because it's not the music that was being played at the time, and they've completely changed it. They've done that a lot, actually. They've done that a lot where they just don't own the music anymore, and they'll like change it. If you go back to WrestleMania 6, I think they've cut out the whole Roddy Piper Bad News Brown match, because obviously Roddy Piper was kind of, you know, he'd painted half his body and his face black and kept the other part white, and it's like one of the most controversial moments in WWE history. And you can say that they are correct to remove that, but I don't know. I really think it's a slippery slope. I think a warning at the start, just saying that, you know, some may find some of the imagery and some of the content here offensive, just like a warning at the beginning. Because, I don't know, man, where do you draw the line? I worry that people are going to start pulling stuff out. So this is why when you find a channel like that that's got all this old content that maybe you can't find anymore, and the ability to download it, shove it on a hard drive, and then you've just got it, might not be the right side of legal, right? And if anyone's watching that is of that persuasion, I probably won't download it, actually, right? But I definitely will, and I definitely will put it on a hard drive and keep it, because it just, this is gold. This is if I could find those missing episodes of Raw, I'd do that as well. Basically, I want to build my own network, so I don't trust WWE to never take it away from me again. Yeah, I got trust issues now. They gave me the network and then they took it away, and it's never been right since. Never been the same. They broke me. Daze, I was wondering if you'll be in the Discord, and if so, what time? I don't know, Sonny, it's hard. I'm trying to get a video done for Wednesday. So I'm probably going to have to say no. I'm trying to get like a fun video sorted. I know people keep asking about Unseen and things like that. So my plan for tomorrow is to really get working on a video for Wednesday. Monday we're covered because of Raw and the breakdown. Tuesday we're covered because of NXT and the breakdown. Wednesday is one of the quieter days. So I would love to have a video that I can drop on the channel for Wednesday. And to be honest, I've kind of started the process, but it's going to take many hours. Many hours. Because I think once I've got the kind of system set up, then I can really start doing that. So I want to start that. And also I've said we'll do a community video tomorrow. So this is worth mentioning, actually. If we go over here to my X accounts, you can see the wonderful breakdown we did on Friday. And obviously, the Catalina news. The Catalina is expected to be at the Performance Center this week, which is very interesting. Does that play into the result tonight on AAA? AAA starting in just over an hour and a half. Javon said that he'd love to bring back the big gold belt as well. If he wins, he'd look good with that belt, actually. Although it might be bigger than him. I think that is pretty close to actual size. But yeah, fair play to him. A lot of people want Winged Eagle to come back. But Javon would like to see Big Gold come back. Some comments about Dominic being frustrated. Me saying, let's start early because I'm going to go down a rabbit hole. But what I was going to was the community video. So if you want to feature on the community video on Sunday, then leave your images below. Kind of things we're looking for are meet and greets if you've met someone and you want to share that with the community. If there's some new merch items that you've received, so maybe you got some new figures, or you've got like a new replica belt, or you managed to find something quite quirky. Not long ago, actually, people were sharing those wrist things. You know, you slap them around your wrist and they're different championship belts. I actually didn't mind those. They look pretty good. So you collected them. They were like blind bags. And it's all of the different belts. But it was quite good because it was loads of different designs. Old designs, new designs. Smoking Skull, Brahma Bull, those kinds of belts, as well as old Intercontinental Championship, Oval Intercontinental Championship, current version of the Intercontinental Championship. I'm pretty sure you could get them in a frame and sort of make it look really sick, actually. Make it look quite good. But they are just, those wrist things that, we've probably all played with as kids. So they're interesting. There's obviously a new Playmobil that's on the way as well, but I doubt any of you are going to have had that. I don't even think it's out yet. But anyway, I'm sure you've got some interesting bits that we could look at and go, oh, that's nice. So meet and greets, merch items, collection images. Maybe you just want to go, hey, check this. Have you seen my man cave? Have you seen what I've collected over the years? I'd say, obviously, try and keep it to just the very best items and try and keep it as short as possible because we've already got 11 responses. I'm expecting that by tomorrow that's going to be 30, that kind of range, right? Plus, to be honest, I do have a few bits that I've put aside anyway. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do that as well. So I'm going to pass Sonny, but I might try and get in maybe the week after. Really, I really want to see how this video... Well, let's get both of these videos done tomorrow, and then we'll see from there. But I've said before, I just can't commit to going into the Discord because it's you guys running it for you guys. It's a place for you to hang out away from the streams and to get to know each other better. And that's how I want to promote it. That's how I want it to be seen. It's not anything to do with me apart from it's just connected with this community. So it's a place for you to talk amongst yourselves, talk about wrestling, share your thoughts with each other, have debates, keep them healthy, and all of that stuff. And, share images and whatever. So it's run by you, for you, and I will try and get in there. Benito said, I agree with AB. The Waffle Warlord would be an amazing gimmick for you. You could dress as a waffle. The genius would be he's not a comedy guy. He would end up being a 12-time WWE champion. Let's go. William said, Daze title belts that have our name on them and "You Suck" written in the middle. Title belts that have the name on and "You Suck" in the middle. What would that be? Your personal design? That sounds fun. Bruce said, I remember when cages were blue. The good old days, eh? And when it was like square rather than it being chain link. Yeah. Apparently they were brutal because there was no giving them whatsoever. I mean, it was just like this solid sheet of steel. So when you got like thrown into it, there was no bend. If you get thrown into the chain link, obviously different parts of it, wherever you've been thrown, can move, which is apparently why it changed. And I think I heard that the old style blue cage, I think they had a couple, but one of them got turned into the Punjabi prison. One of them got turned into that, just repainted. So, yeah. They did do Mattel rings with the old blue cage that you could build around it, which is pretty fun. So some really good items. I bet some of you have got some really good old stuff. Not even like, you know, maybe stuff you found from a flea market or a garage sale. Yeah. So have you got anything old that people might be interested in? Show us what you've got. What if I did a wrestling history channel, said Sonny, where people with knowledge could post there? Yeah. Yeah. We've got a very knowledgeable community. I mean, it is a nightmare for me to come up with questions for the members. I think it's difficult because obviously we've got varying degrees of knowledge. So it's hard because you don't want to make it too hard so that people just don't want to play because it's too hard. But equally, if I don't make it hard, then people are just going to get everything right because there's some people in our community that flipping really know their stuff. So that's a nightmare. So I think, you know, a place where people can just talk or share facts. Facts would be good, wouldn't it? Imagine that you could go into a page and it's just full of interesting facts. Hey, did you know this, that in 1987, blah, blah, blah. Hey, did you know this, that in 92, blah, blah, blah. You know, that could be really interesting. Just a place where there's just people leaving all these fun facts. And I think that would make for a very interesting read. Very interesting read. So that's kind of like facts and history all mixed in, isn't it, to one thing? Fed said, whenever I think of the old blue cage, the first thing that comes into my head is the big boss man. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Boss man, yeah, I mean, he was always really good, wasn't he, at being chucked into the side of it and everything and kind of like being splattered against it. I always remember his shirt getting disheveled, kind of coming undone and it really opening out on the chest and everything. Not for sexual reasons, but just, don't know, he always, when he had that old school uniform, not when he was doing the SWAT thing, but when he had the blue shirt and everything and he'd all get like disheveled and it like, he was a good seller actually. Bossman was really good at like being on the receiving end and really selling like injuries and being hurt and, you know, not looking as fresh as when he walked in. So like, you know, he had a series, didn't he, with Hogan. I don't know what I think of when I suppose I think maybe Bret Owen. That cage match is regarded as one of the most iconic. But I suppose as well you could go Hogan, King Kong Bundy. It did main event WrestleMania. I suppose you could go Zeus as well, couldn't you? So yeah, God, it was great. It was great. I do sort of miss the optics of that. I think it made it feel quite special and different, but I get it. Apparently it really hurt. We need someone to verify the validity of those submissions. I had some Biker Mice from Mars action figures, said Dean. Oh, my brother had those. Yeah, my brother had those. Hello, Kelly. Hope you're doing well. Hope life's treating you well. Carr said, I remember Jimmy Snuka jumping off the cage. Yeah, well remembered. And you know, that's pre-WrestleMania 1. And that's like one of the most iconic moments, isn't it? From like the early 80s, where he's at the very top of the... I mean, it's nothing now. Do you know what I mean? EO's done it whilst having a trash can over her head, which I must admit I was not a big fan of. But, you know, to see Superfly standing up there and doing the... I think, was it that? I can't remember the hand. I think it's that, wasn't it? The hand gesture. The Superfly hand gesture. Used to do it all the time as a kid. His Hasbro figure has got that as the hand. I want to do that. I want to go into Too Sweet, but I think it was just that where you sort of spread the fingers, and you know, the Superfly jumping off the top. Yeah, what a moment! It's a shame actually, because obviously with wrestling history and innovation and pushing the envelope and pushing boundaries, you're doing things for the first time, and you know that makes them exciting, that makes them stand out. But obviously as time goes by and they get done again and again and again, you can sort of get desensitized. So you could show someone that Superfly spot now and they'd be like, that's fine. Have you seen Undertaker against Mick Foley in 98? You know what I mean? And it's like, yeah, that was good, but can we just recognize the fact this is at least 15 years before that, right? And you've got to remember at the time, no one had seen anything like this before, right? You do get that a lot, like where we go back to the older stuff, and it's not that it's aged badly, it's just that there's so much now. I mean, we're about to watch AAA tonight. I'm sure what we see tonight is just going to blow our minds, and Superfly jumping off the cage ain't going to measure up, which is such a shame because it was so iconic. But then he probably murdered his wife, didn't he? So, do you know what I mean? Screw him. Kelly said, Daze, I'm doing good. I missed the family. I forgot about SmackDown last night. Was it worth the watch? Yeah, I think it was. I think if you compare it, I think wrestling is in a decent place at the moment. I think that, this is my feelings, but I think that we were seeing green shoots before SummerSlam. And there was a bit of negativity around because that's understandable. I think 2025 was a struggle for people. I think early 2026 continued to be a struggle. But I've felt a change since WrestleMania. I don't know what happened. I know that they did promote a woman to head writer of Raw, and actually we saw some real consistency with Raw, but SmackDown continued to struggle. Well, you know, CM Punk's gone over there, Gunther's gone over there, Finn Balor's gone over there, I think Sammy's moved over there. We've seen a lot of people be moved. Rhea went over there. Obviously, she wasn't there. Rhea went over there. I think Damian went over there as well, didn't he, like last year? So, you know, we have moved people over to try and boost SmackDown. And I think we're starting to see some improvement there as a result. So I think that the Raw plate is spinning. And I think because of the additions now, and certainly Kevin most notably recently and Randy coming back, you know, SmackDown has had a real boost. It's had a real boost. And of course, it also had Fatal Influence. They got called up and went over there. So I think SmackDown is in a much better place than it was earlier this year. And I think the show on Friday had a big segment with Kevin and CM Punk at the start, exchanging words. It also had a big segment with Randy and Cody, exchanging words. It also had the return of, or the call-up of Tatum, the return of Alexa. So, I mean, we had all of that as well. So, you know, I would say that it was a pretty strong episode. You can't escape the fact, though, that the in-ring at the moment is letting it down. The in-ring is the problem. I think I see a lot of hard work. I see a lot that's being generated from creative. I actually can't really fault creative right now. I think they're doing some good work. I think they're trying to tell some stories. I think, you know, we're doing some backstage stuff. I mean, some of those backstage segments with Sammy were absolutely fantastic. So, you know, the backstage stuff was good. The in-ring segments were good. The pieces where they are, the wrestlers, how they're being used is pretty good. I get this frustration about certain people missing out, but you've got to look at the 2 hours we get and just question, could you have changed anything? Could you have used those others people that missed out? Would it have made the show better? And I think that the segments all landed. I don't feel like the segments were the problem. Backstage segments were good. In-ring segments were good. It's matches. When I say in-ring, I mean in-ring promos. It's matches. We only had 3. 2 of them sucked. And the third one weren't anything to write home about. So, yeah, I think score-wise, it takes a big hit because of that. But was it worth tuning into? I would have said yes. I would have said yes. I think it's one of the stronger episodes of SmackDown. And I think Raw is in a decent place. I'm very excited for Monday. We've got a lot to follow up on. We had some, big developments with Big Cass is in now, of course. And Becky's back. Stephanie is back. So we got to dig into all of that. LA Knight stepping up to Roman. Got to dig into that as well. Chad Gable, the new Intercontinental Champion. We find out, obviously, what the future holds for him. So I feel like there's a lot happening on both shows. I think there's a bit of momentum. I think there's a bit more enthusiasm that's snuck back in. The green shoots were showing before SummerSlam. SummerSlam, for me, delivered. I had higher scores than what we have seen on Cage Match. I think the average for Cage Match is probably like 6.3 for SummerSlam. I'm an 8. I was considerably higher than Cage Match. Most notably on night 2, they went 6.5. I think it's well above that. I think it's well above. I really enjoyed night 2. It's interesting because I'm really not down on the matches the way that Dave Meltzer was. Like, I think he gave like Trick and Baron like 1.5 stars or something. I didn't need the little yachty stuff. But I was fine with the match by and large, and I was shocked at a new champion. And yeah, I was all right with the new champion as well. So for me, like that was not a problem. That wasn't a match that derailed my excitement. Just kind of kept the ball rolling. So 1.5, I think that was what he gave it. It was really low. It was like 3-star match, something like that. It was nothing amazing, but wasn't a problem. But, perspectives though. So, yeah, I think it's a good time to get back into wrestling. Robert said, Daze, there's a YouTube channel that has got WWF from 75. Robert, what's it called? What's the name of it, Robert? Robert, I'm interested. I'm excited. You have got my attention. What's the name of it? Okay. Daze, one of the best matches from Brock Lesnar's career is Undertaker and Brock from Unforgiven. And Brock Undertaker at WrestleMania 30, says Carl. Kelly said, yeah, I watched Raw. And my baby is back. Raw was amazing. Definitely back watching now. Becky, Liv, Steph, I cannot wait to see where they take that. Yeah, it's going to be good. Charlotte Jade was Charlotte's worst match in her career, said Ryan. I'd say it's probably one of. It was really, really poor. You lot scored it good 83, and I think the only reason it got that was because of Tatum and Alexa. You take Tatum and Alexa and the sister Abigail out, and yeah, you've got something seriously bad. So yeah, I probably don't disagree with that, actually. I probably don't disagree. In fact, I haven't looked at Cage Match for yesterday. I always have a little glance. Just have a glance. Again, I don't massively agree with everything they say, but 6.2 for SmackDown. No, that strikes me as pretty fair. 6.2 and 521. It's only had 42 votes, though. 521 is what we're sat on for that. 6.2 for SmackDown. Yeah, I mean, look at it. This just isn't good enough, is it? I mean, all you have to do is just print that out and take it to Triple H and just go, yeah, what the flip? What the flip is this? You know wrestling is in the name of the company, yeah? I know you're sports entertainment, but there is actually a sports element that's in there, right? Sports entertainment. It's not entertainment. It's sports entertainment. Well, you're not doing the sports, are you? 5.3 for Baron Trick, 4.7 for the women's tag match, 5.2 for the main event. If there's any area that is really seriously dragging, I mean, how a show has matches that scores like that and it still gets a 6.2. I mean, it's shown you how much heavy lifting the segments have done there. The fact that these scores are so low for the matches, yet it's still come out 6.2. I mean, 10 people went with 6s. 9 have gone with 7s. A few people said it was an 8. And look how bad these matches are. And we only had 3. So, yeah, I think it's done well, actually. I think it's done well, all things considered. What did Raw get on Monday? Raw got 7.5 better. 7.5 for Raw on Monday on Cage Match. And SmackDown with a 6.2. I think anything in the 6s is fine. Passable. So, I tell you though, I am shocked by the fact that on Saturday, SummerSlam 6.19. And then on the Sunday, 6.4. I just make it make sense. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, I've just shown you. I mean, granted, there's no segments, so the matches have to do a bit more heavy lifting. But we did get a return of Kevin Owens. I mean, we did get the Kevin Owens coming back moment. We did get a title change as well. The match score there, 7.2. 7.4, 7.8. I actually think they're low as well. Meltzer gave that 4 3/4. He gave Chad Penta 4 1/4. So, I mean, we've got 2 matches there that are over 4 stars. 3.5. I think the down on that is just that it's too short. It goes 8 minutes. But I don't think that was the 3.5 star match. I think you could have gone 4 stars there. I think the criticism is that it needed longer. But then, yeah, look, 1 3/4 stars for Baron and Trick. 2.5 stars for the women's. I think that's harsh. I really need to rewatch that because even cage match people that vote have gone 5.4 and Meltzer's gone 2 1/4. I need to rewatch that. It doesn't make sense because I enjoyed that a hell of a lot more than that. There was a spot in there where Tiffany got absolutely smashed onto the ladder and screamed out in pain. And I remember that thinking that's one of the most brutal spots I've ever seen in a ladder match. Like, it felt so genuine that she had, like, legit hurt herself there. And she probably did. I like, the way they built it around Chelsea. She was upside down and, like, the people were fighting around. I thought that was quite good. I like that spot with Tiffany. It's obviously some big ladder spots that you would expect. I don't know, 2.5? Sorry, not even that. 2 1/4? 2 1/4 stars. I don't know, man. And even the people that voted said 5.4, so I've gone awry on that one. My radar's gone off because I ain't nowhere. I'm much higher. I'm 7 for that. Easy. And how is that 7.8? But Meltzer thinks it's one of the greatest WWE matches of all time. 7.8's good, but that should be in the 8s at least. 7.8 is too low. Even Meltzer, who historically is not a big fan of WWE, has got it knocking on the door to 5 stars. So, I don't know, man. 6.4, it doesn't make no sense to me. Doesn't make no sense. So, I certainly don't agree with cage match all the time, but it's still worth a little look. I think Dave should give Liv and EO 4.5, says Ryan. It was a very good match. Yeah, very good match. Who Dat Saint J said cage match always appears negative. Yeah, that is true, actually. And I think it is worth kind of keeping that as a perspective. You've got to remember, and it is sad, but there are fans that really want to see WWE kind of, get downgraded. So there will be people that go on that are maybe passionate AEW fans, whatever, that will mark the show down. And I'm sure the same happens the other way round. In fact, Cage Match had to put a rule in place. This is how bad it was. They had to put a rule in place where you have to log in, start an account, then you have to leave a comment, and only after that, when that's been checked, verified, whatever, and a week has gone by, only then are you allowed to start leaving ratings. Because when it was just open to create an account and you could vote, people were just like, being negative on shows because of the tribalism. It was an issue. It was a problem. And I think even though they've put these kind of safeguards in place, it probably is still happening. So yeah, I don't worry if I give a show a 7 and I go to Cage Match and it's a 6. If anything, I operate under the, that's about right. I am going to be more into it than the average Cage Match person. So I think, you're right to call that out, and you're right to sort of highlight the fact that it is a bit more negative. But it's all right if you sort of factor that in. But even with that factored in, I cannot understand why SummerSlam is only a 6.4. I mean, for me, that being in the 7s would be correct, because I was in the 8s. And that being in the 7s would be correct. 6.4 just does not reflect the show I watched. But it's opinions, isn't it? There's going to be times where you're like, no, I just really do not agree with that. I think that's off. And for me, their SummerSlam score is off. But again, perspectives, opinions, whatever. Carr said, Daze, Alpha Scout, Psycho Clown should be good. That's going to be next week. The tournament looks fire, but they should have a match on SmackDown for it. Yeah, it'll be good. I think Penta Phoenix is what most people are expecting when it comes to who's going to win this thing. Obviously, the winner will face Roman for the championship. And just looking at the names that are in the bracket, it does feel like it's going to be... in fact, we can go over to it, because I think I did put a thing there. There it is. So, Penta against Laredo. That'll be fun. La Parka, Psycho Clown. I mean, they'll all be fun. Dragon Lee against Wagner Jr. and Ray Phoenix against El Fiscal. So, I was a bit surprised El Fiscal's in it, but I suppose he's in it just to give Ray a pretty straightforward win. So, I'm thinking Ray wins. I'm thinking Dragon Lee wins. Could be Wagner Jr., though. It's a decent name. So, either way, Ray versus whoever there. I mean, that'll be... Yeah, I think Ray makes it through. Ray's got to be the pick on this side. And on this side, it's got to be Penta, hasn't it? I mean, are they really going to go La Parka or Psycho Clown or Laredo? You could go Laredo, I suppose, but I think Penta. Unless there's going to be a story where someone takes him out. Penta versus Ray Phoenix. What a match that will be. I mean, that will be a match of the year contender. Penta versus Ray Phoenix, brother versus brother. And the winner gets a shot at Roman Reigns and the World Heavyweight Championship. Dude, take my money. Take my money. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to watching how this plays out. That's interesting. This person here thinks it could be Penta, Dragon Lee, and Ray Phoenix in a triple threat. So could it be that there's a draw somewhere and it actually sets up a triple threat? I mean, could it be that Penta makes it on that side? It's Dragon Lee and Ray Phoenix. They can't figure out the winner, and so it gets made into a triple threat. And then maybe it's Dragon Lee that is pinned. Phoenix pins Dragon Lee or Penta pins Dragon Lee. Could that happen? I mean, I don't think that's a bad shout from Adiz. I think that actually makes sense. Because you might not want Penta pinning his brother Phoenix. You might not want Phoenix pinning Penta. But you could have a third person in there that takes the pinfall. And you get to it by, do you know what I mean? Double count out. Time running out. No contest because of outside interference. I don't know. It could be anything. There's ways, isn't there, of getting a draw. And then they would both progress, making the final actually a triple threat. More so than a singles match. Maybe. So that's the lineup, and I agree. I think whatever you do with the talent involved, it's going to be entertaining. Street Fighter Ingrid said maybe Lola Vice is going to be on Raw since Tatum is on SmackDown. Yep. I have heard people saying that Lola will go to SmackDown because of Damian. The only thing I'd say is I'm sure they would try, but if they really felt that Lola was needed more for Raw, then they will use her for Raw. I heard, it was years ago now, but I heard that internally, if you're engaged, they will take it into consideration about putting you on the same brand. If you're married, yes, you will go on the same brand. If you're engaged, more than likely you are taken into consideration. If you're dating, no. There are so many people that date and relationships end, and I don't think WWE take that into account. Now, that's the official line. Obviously, it's going to be different if Lola and Damian go up to talent relations and, you know, say we want to be together. You know, we've been in a relationship for quite a long time now, and, you know, this isn't a flash in the pan. Because you could understand someone dating someone for a month or two. You know, WWE, are they going to take that into consideration? Should they? You know, relationships. I mean, Tiffany was with Ludwig, and that stopped. You know, Bron Breakker was with Cora Jades. That stopped. I heard the other day that apparently Ariana Grace and Stax are no longer seeing each other now. So that stopped. So, I mean, you got all these relationships that happen, and it's life, innit? It's just life. That's normal. Dating, it's normal. You don't end up with the first girl you go out with. So I think in regards to WWE trying to get Lola and Damian on the same show, to a degree. But if they really feel that actually, no, it's Raw that we need Lola, then they'll put her on Raw. And there might just be a period where they're on different brands for a little bit. But eventually, you know, if the relationship keeps going, and certainly if it's like them getting engaged and all this stuff, then I think they start taking it a bit more seriously. I don't think Lola and Damian are engaged, but to be honest, I don't really try and follow the personal lives that much. I just tend to hear stuff. So I don't think they're engaged. But yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if they put her on Raw. The bottom line is, if they really feel that from a business perspective, that is the right place for her, yes, she could. She could be on Raw. Chris said, I had a SummerSlam on Cage Match as 775. That was the highest I've scored a PLE since WrestleMania 40, but what do I know, said Chris. Oh, Chris, don't worry about it. I was in the 8s. I love SummerSlam night too. I'll happily go back and watch that show. Opening with Kevin coming back, and the brilliant opening match, which I just thought was so much fun. It was a really fun match. I don't think 3.5 kind of really conveys like how fun the match is. I think it's a really fun match. Is it too short? Yes. Does it suffer as a result score-wise? Yeah. Should it be 3.5? Not for me. I'd be 4 stars. And then, as I said, you know, you go into Trick and Baron Corbin. I think that match was fine. I think it was acceptable. I don't need Little Yachty getting involved, but, I mean, he ends up going through a table that doesn't break, which was a spot I enjoyed. And we get a new champion, which I also sort of enjoyed, because I just thought this is going to be great for the division. The match itself, what was it, 1 3/4 stars? Should it be that low? I mean, that is like, I feel like if you're going to give some at 1 3/4 stars, you're basically saying it's one of the worst matches that's ever took place. I don't feel that way about Trick Baron Corbin. I feel like it was one of the worst matches that ever took place. Maybe I was still giddy from Kevin. Maybe I was still riding the high of how the night had opened, you know, because I was not expecting it. But I don't know, I got some from that. And then, isn't it the women's ladder match next, which I really enjoyed and thought had some pretty good ladder spots. I like the Tiffany spot. I think it's brutal. If you can't remember it or whatever, go back. She tries to do like a hurricanrana in the corner, so she jumps up. I think it was on Lash, so that she can wrap her legs around and like take Lash over. But Lash grabs her and just power bombs her down, and there's this ladder that's underneath them on the ropes. She goes like into this ladder back first, and you can hear the crack of her body smashing against the ladder, she screams in a way that is not selling to me. she screams in a way that's like, oh my God, I've broken my back, right? It was brutal. I mean, maybe it loses marks because it just wasn't professional wrestling. We were actually murdering a girl. I don't know. But, man, I don't know, man. I get that the Danhausen Dominic stuff is not needed, and I would definitely change it. That brings my score down. But Roman and Seth then wrestle an absolute banger. Even Dave Meltzer gives it 4 3/4, and famously, he's quite anti-WWE. How all this can happen? And Chelsea wins the belt. And even Bella's turning on Paige. People might not care, but at least something happens. The Bella's turn on Paige. And, how people look at that and go, I just don't get it. I don't get the 6.4. I won't worry about it. Chris, I won't worry about it. I don't think it is you. I just think haters are going to hate. Casey, shout out to you. Let's go down. Today's Wrestling History Facts channel has now been made on the Discords. I also made a role of Wrestling History Expert. So if anyone wants that role or has got lots of knowledge on wrestling, then they can throw down on the channel. That's cool. That's cool. That'd be fun. Go in, and I think there'll be plenty of people that want to share their knowledge. I had SummerSlam Night 2 at like a 9.5. Danhausen and Dominic was good. I gave it a couple of stars, but the rest of the card was like 5 out of 5, says Carl. I thought it was very strong. And the only thing that frustrates me is I think I've always defended cage match because I've always said, and I still stand by it, because you're always going to get exceptions. I mean, you're not going to find a perfect rule. But I've always defended cage match because we don't have another platform where you can go back to those old shows and people have scored them. You could go back to any episode of Raw and find a score. It might only have 10 votes. Not many, but at least it's something. At least it's not complete darkness. At least you know that, 10 people have watched it and they voted and it's a 5. Or 10 people have watched and it's a 7. It just lets you know if it's worth going back to. Just lets you know, is it worth your time? And that's it. It's just an indicator. And this is why I'm a bit frustrated about the SummerSlam score, because I think 6.4, people could look at that and go, nah, not worth my time. When I actually think the score should be higher, because I think it is worth your time. I don't want to say everyone should watch Roman Seth, but I do see that as one of the key matches of this era. Not just this year, this era. And I think it connects to all the old Shield stuff as well. And I think any match that gets 5 stars in WWE or even 475, you need to be checking it out because it is significant. There really are not that many 5-star matches in WWE history. There's probably about 30. It's probably about 30 matches that have been given 5 stars. I remember there was an article that had them all listed, and I think at the time it was about 21, 22, just before the pandemic. And we've probably had another 10 or so since. So we might not even have had that many. But let's say we have. It's probably around 30. It's probably about 30 matches that have had 5 stars from Dave. So obviously there's going to be a chunk that have had 475, most notably Undertaker Shawn, WrestleMania 25. That scored the same as Roman Seth at SummerSlam. You cannot tell me that match is not worth checking out if you're a WWE fan that's just coming into, watching wrestling. And I think Penta and Chad before is really good. I like the opener. I was listening as well. Can't remember who it was. I want to say it was Lance Storm. He said that he had matches back in the day that are regarded as being amongst his best ever. And people at conventions still come up and speak to him about these matches. And he's like, do you know how long these matches were? They're like 6-7 minutes. He's like, honestly, I think people get too hung up in the time that gets given. It's really what you do with that time and how much of an impact you make. And the point he was making was 6-7 minutes, you can do something with that. Because people come up to him, speak to him about some matches that he's had in his history. And that's exactly how long they were. So I think if you have a match that's really fun and you feel like you could have done with more and it could have gone longer, is that a bad thing? Because you could really make the argument it did its job. It made you want to see more of it. And I don't know. I think you can really make that argument with that opening match. I think it's really good. I really enjoyed it. And I wanted to see more. But you know what? It was the opener for the night. And there was a lot of stuff that was following. So it was the starter. It was the appetizer. It was the getting you going. And it did its job. So, I don't know. It's different perspectives, isn't it? It's different perspectives. Nathan said, I had night 1 of SummerSlam at a 9 and night 2 at a 10. I never get down if other fans are lower than my score. My score is just my score. Yeah, it's fair. I'm just thinking more from a young kid perspective that's getting into wrestling now. Or someone that's found wrestling. I mean, I lived on my own a few times and wrestling was a real comfort for me. Which sounds weird, but like when you live on your own and you get back and, you know, you want to sort of watch something whilst you're having tea or whilst you're cooking or whatever it might be, you know, or, you know, it's getting late at night, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, and you just want to put something on and kind of, you know, distract from the fact you're in the flat on your own. Like wrestling is so good for that. It is so good. Because, and it's endless as well, because not only have you got shows, you know, on a Monday, on a Tuesday, but you can go back. I mean, that website, YouTube account we saw earlier, how many hours would that take to go through? I mean, you could sit down and just on a day off, if I wasn't going anywhere, I could dig into 1981. I could dig into 1982. And if I went to Cage Match and that was going to be a guide for me, as to what's worth my time, I might look at that 6.4 and think, nah, it's not worth it. Which is why I wish Cage Match was more respected. I wish it was more used. I wish it was thousands of votes rather than hundreds. I would love to see it grow. I really would. I think it could be such a powerful tool. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm not aware of a better alternative. So it's the best we've got. Which is a real shame, isn't it? It's the best we've got, really. They do a great job, though. I mean, I don't even know how they are able to keep it updated. I mean, there's so much information on there. Liam said Chelsea was reportedly injured on SmackDown. She was injured in the match, but we don't know the injury, said Liam. Oh, really? Is this breaking news? Is this word coming through? That is not something I'd heard earlier. So that is interesting. Yeah, a minute ago. Chelsea was reportedly injured on SmackDown yesterday. She was injured in the match on SmackDown. We don't know the injury, but hopefully she won't be out too long. Could you flipping imagine? Could you imagine? Oh, there's her shirt. Interim crossed out with permanent. Actually didn't notice that at the time. So looks like we got a bit of some AEW stuff happening right now. Collision. Oh, it is Saturday, isn't it? Do you know, in my mind, I keep thinking it's Sunday. I don't know why, but in my mind, I keep thinking it's Sunday. Here we go. So, Dominic is going to make some comments after joining El Ojo. Is that what they're called? He kind of had Omos with him, didn't he? So, that was the other week. So, Dominic is going to make some comments. Then we got, I wonder actually if that could find its way on Raw and SmackDown, whatever. You know, this pairing of him with Omos. Could that be a new direction for him across the whole landscape? Probably not. It is probably just a AAA thing. Flammer, La Catalina, Lady Shani, that's the Reina. That's going to bang, mate. We do need to start thinking about getting ready for this. Well, we still got 50 odd minutes. Because we did start early, because I'm a goat. So I was just sat here. So I was quite happy to get going. And Psycho Clown, Cruz del Toro, and El Fiscal. So that's what we got coming up tonight. WWE has filed to trademark the mic, which feels very Miz. Bless me. Blake Monroe was asked about her experience working with Triple H, and she notes that her entrance will change on the main roster. He's amazing. He's so hands-on. Oh, but he is the perv. He's so hands-on. He's very handsy. And I'm really excited. I've worked with him a little bit, but obviously I've not had my official debut yet. But I am excited for my entrance. I think my entrance is going to change a little bit. I feel like Triple H is very good at entrances. So I'm excited to see what he's going to come up with. Oh, okay. There we go. Let's not get too distracted by that. Chris said it shouldn't have mattered, but after Chad wins his first ever singles title, celebrating with his family, they brought out the mug root beer guy. Let's enjoy some root beer with this big win. Yeah, I mean, I hated that. Does it affect my score? It's hard to say, because we did the match, we had the moment, he had the moment very briefly with his family, but he got to embrace them and sort of hold the belt up and all this. Then we went into the stupid mug beer, whatever it's called, root beer thing. Yeah, I didn't need it. And I thought that it was, again, another example of what the future is going to look like. But, you know, there was a backlash to it. Whether it's a backlash that's going to actually change anything, I have absolutely no idea. Probably not. It's probably not going to change anything. Which, you know, it's just it's so annoying. But this is the world, isn't it? You know, we know that businesses are money hungry. We know that they're all about the bottom line, whatever. So we probably shouldn't be surprised that WWE are exploring different avenues and different ways of getting sponsors in there. But that was one that I don't think many of us saw coming. So hey ho, it is what it is. Hopefully they don't do it again. Liam, thank you. Interesting knowing that Chelsea's, you know, injured now. So my little rant earlier. What do I even say to that? I was going to just put a little tweet out. This is crazy. From the interim nonsense to now this. Feels like this whole situation is cursed. Well, it does. If you think about the news that came out earlier that Reina might now be out till next year, you go, someone decided to make her interim when we didn't need to because it looks like Rhea's going to be out for a while, so that was dumb. Now it looks like we're going to make Chelsea permanent as a result of that. Okay. And now word's coming out that she's might be injured. We're just hoping, though, that it's not going to be anything too serious. So it's like, oh my God, what a weird sequence of events this is. Daze, what do we think about Mothra and his status as a Titan and the potential for a big story arc, said Miss Clown. Well, you're going to have to bring me up to date with the backstory of Mothra and Miss Clown. Bring me up to date with that, and then we can have that conversation. Carr said, do we think the attacker that is Psycho Circus could be a new signing? Maybe someone like Drake Monroe from LFG? He's signed to AAA, but we've not seen him yet. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, it's difficult for me because I don't really know the full roster. What I do know is that the AAA roster is very deep, and there's many people we don't see on a regular basis. So, I mean, it could be one of those, and it could be a way of bringing those people back. I mean, it could be a way of really getting someone going again. So, I mean, Drake Moreau could be interesting, could be a way of debuting him and bringing him in. Yeah, absolutely. But I don't know. I just think there's so many options that it's kind of a difficult conversation to have because I feel like I'm still learning the AAA roster, and there's still so many that can pop up that it can be. So I don't know. I don't think I've got a front runner, to be honest. Miss Khan said, yeah, the big backstory is a big moth. All right. Thought so. Thank you. Story arc. I don't know, because I don't know the life cycle of a moth. So, find some clothes, give them a nibble. Yeah. Maybe get into an epic feud with Jumper Man. That's probably the way I would book it. Exactly. How do we tell the gender of a moth, said Shining Wizards. Yeah, this is true. We'd have to do intergender matches. We'd have to do intergender matches because there's just, I don't know. I'm sure there's a way of finding out, but I don't want to be the person that checks, to be honest. I don't need to see if there's a big moth dong. Yeah. Robbie said, what do we think about Ricky going to AAA and going after the championship? That would seem like a step backwards, in my opinion, said Robbie. Well, it gets him on TV, doesn't it? I mean, I wouldn't worry too much about it because Penta's over there and Ray Phoenix is over there. You know, we do have people. Dominic's over there, of course. We do have Damian that's gone over as well. So I don't know. I can understand how it would be seen as a step backwards because clearly that says that there's not, you know, great plans for you on Raw and SmackDown. But at least he's being used. The alternative would be like Jordan Grace, who's just not being used. I mean, she could pop up in AAA, and we could do some work with her. So is it a step backwards? Well, it's probably not a great sign that, you know, WWE have got, you know, clearly no plans for you at the moment on the main roster. But at least, you know, you could go to AAA and look what it did for Chad. Look what it did for Ludwig. I mean, he could go over there, catch fire, and, you know, that heat him back up and bang. All of a sudden, creative have got something for you. So, I don't know. I think, yeah, you can say it's not a good sign. I think I would look at it more as opportunity. I think the truth is, and I think we're quite good as a community at recognizing this, that it's difficult. I mean, wrestling and being a wrestler is difficult. There is always going to be frustration and setbacks because every day someone in creative, and certainly Vince or Triple H or whoever's in charge, they're constantly looking at the landscape and asking the question, what's the right way forwards? Who do I use? What feuds do I set up? You know? And someone like Ricky right now is cold. I mean, you know, there's not really too much to Ricky. You've really got to put him in a feud and build him. And you can certainly do that, but you can't do that for everyone. You can't, you know, if you're going to try and build, say, Jade, or you're going to try and build Jordan, or you're going to try and get behind Julia, or you're going to try and get behind Trick, or you're going to try and get behind Javon, or you're going to try and get behind Braun. I mean, you can't be building everyone. And so Ricky's quite cold. They've got to make a choice as to who they're going to give the TV time and who they're going to get behind. And if you choose, okay, let's do Ricky, someone else misses out. I feel like this is the conversation we have, isn't it, on a regular basis, where there's more talent than there is TV time. You're battling for TV time. It's a fight for TV time. The real work happens when you get called up. It's not like you get called up and that's it. Your life's now rosy. If anything, you get called up and you're the small fish in a big pond. You know, you get called up and you're kind of the bottom of the priority list. You would like to think that there is creative in place when someone gets called up. And I think there probably is for, like, you know, getting them going. There probably is something that's there. But I don't think there is anything long-term that's in there. Because you can point to so many, like Julia, Kiana, you know, you can point to a lot of people that have been called up. And I would say that we did sum up with them at the beginning. And then they just kind of fell into the pot. They were just part of the mix. You're just another pawn in the game, you know? And I'd like to think we've had this conversation so many times that as a community, we sort of understand that there's more wrestlers than TV time. It is a fight for that TV time. There are a lot of options available to creative as to who they're going to get behind. And if you go with A, then you're not going to go with B. And if you go with B, then you're not going to go with A. And, you know, that's, you know, a battle. If anyone's got the solution to that, then I'm sure Triple H would be very interested. So is it a step backwards? Yeah, you can view it that way. But I think the better way of viewing it would be it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity to not be in catering. It's an opportunity to get out there, be seen by people, show what you can do, build up your character, try and make an impression like Chad and Ludwig did. And, try and use it as an opportunity. So I think it would be important if you as a wrestler to try it. That's how I would view it. Maybe not when I was younger. I mean, when I was younger, I might not have viewed it that way. And I'd imagine there's a lot of wrestlers that wouldn't view it that way. But I think it would be healthier and more constructive to focus on the positives, to take them out of it, and to use this as a way of going, okay, you aren't going to use me for main roster stuff. Well, I'll show you how big of a mistake that is, and go to AAA and kill it. And I think that's the same mentality Grayson's got as well. I mean, Grayson has gone to NXT, hasn't he? And I think he's got that chip on his shoulder. I think he's got that, okay, you want to treat me that way. Okay, I'll show you what a mistake that was. So did a good promo, and, he's got himself in the mix. And yeah, I think that's what you do. Again, Stone Cold, when he came in, he was the ringmaster. They offered him the name Chili McFreeze. Yeah, when we had Rock came in, he was Rocky Maivia and was so hated, the crowd were chanting, "Die, Rocky, die." When John Cena came in, he was the prototype. When Hogan came in, he was a heel with a cape. There's an endless... look at Becky. When she came up, she was, doing steampunk stuff. And yelling straight fire when she would run into the corner and throw a forearm. She had to become the man. She had to find that character. Stone Cold had to deliver that 316 promo. Triple H had to stop being Hunter Hearst Helmsley, and he had to become the Game. Triple H. They had to get the packaging correct. So I think you're fighting really until you have that moment. I think it is a battle. I think that it is, in a way, just because you get called up, things are not going to just get handed to you. There is a frustration about that, though, which I understand, where it should be better than it is. I think what we've just said is true, but I think there is a truth on the other side as well, which is, yeah, I hear all of that, but it should still be better than it is. I can't argue that. I think that's very fair. But no, I'll take the positives. I'll try and really show you're wrong. You're wrong to have not had something for me. It annoys me then they're calling someone up and they don't have plans, said Radiated. Just keep them in NXT. Like Jordan and Julia and Ricky, they could have benefited from being in NXT. I don't know, to be honest, because I do think there's a point where you don't develop anymore. So I think there is a point where you actually, when you're learning like wrestling or you're learning WWE's expectations of working the hard cam, having feedback, I think your growth is like that. And I think there comes a point where it goes like this then, where, you're probably making some improvements, but it might be negligible. And I think actually, if you look at someone like Johnny Gargano, I mean, he was doing fantastic work and he could continue to do fantastic work, but I would really struggle to make an argument that he was improving and that he was getting a better performer. I don't think NXT can do that. I think NXT can give you the basics and it can give you experience, but I think there is a lot to be learned of getting to the main roster and the audience being bigger and the pressure being greater, the rewards being greater as well. Having to deal with the nerves, having to travel around state to state, going around the globe, all of a sudden doing a European tour and all of that stuff, I think there is value on being called up and being a part of that. But I get where the frustration is. I think we get so excited about this talent and we know what they can do and we've seen some great matches and great moments. We want them to come up and just hit the ground running. I wonder if we need to sort of reframe that and just take the mindset that actually when they get called up, yeah, there's probably something planned, but I don't think it's a big story. And I don't think it's something that's going to really, see them, kind of for months and months and months. And actually, there looks like, Jordan, Ricky, Julia, Kiana. You can go through a healthy list now, can't you, of people that have been called up and are now battling to get TV time. And I wonder if, they just become pawns in the game. They become mid-carders that can be used, rotated in and whatever. And I wonder if this is not the new normal, but just as fans, we need to think more that you are a small fish in a big pond. It does not get handed to you. You will get an opportunity and, ideally you take it, but it's going to be very hard to get over with the limited opportunity you get when you first come up. There will be and should be other opportunity, but this is where you got to be ready for it. You got to take it, This is where maybe Sol Ruka is maybe going to struggle because she had a big opportunity straight out of the gate. Can't say she didn't. She did. And equally, we know that, her matches were a little bit botchy. And we know that her work was not the cleanest. We know she had done better stuff in NXT. And, it could be that things kind of settled down a bit for her. And she could find herself kind of missing out on shows. And it could be that she will get an opportunity in the future. But again, you got to take it. You got to be ready next time. I think it is hard. But I think NXT is meant to prepare you for this. You're meant to be ready for this. You're meant to take the opportunity when you come up. And it's I do feel for Sol. And I do feel for people that, get such limited opportunity. But, NXT, you are, I said the other day, meant to not just be getting ready, but you're meant to be smashing it out the park. You are on the same roster now as Becky Lynch, Charlotte Flair, Rhea Ripley, Io Sky, Roman Reigns, CM Punk. Do you know what I mean? You can't just rock up and be happy to be there. If NXT is preparing you and getting you ready for that and that mentality, you're well below the standard. NXT is not getting superstars ready to just happy to be there. These are superstars that are meant to be ready to take over. These are superstars that are meant to be there battling for spots. Do you remember Tiffany and Charlotte last year? The reason Charlotte reacted that way is because she saw her replacement. Tiffany was the girl who did a moonsault, was attractive and blonde and younger than Charlotte. And it ain't hard to look at Tiffany and go, you're my replacement, aren't you? And I really think Charlotte struggled with that. And I think that's why their program broke down. I suppose in a way Alexa could look at Tatum in that manner and sort of see, are you my replacement? Are you that dark entity that's, going to sort of take maybe some opportunity away from me? Don't know. It's not a healthy way to think about it. But that's the pool that you're joining. The pool that you're joining is a pool of people battling for TV time, battling for creative, battling to, Alexa's battling, Charlotte's battling, everyone's battling. Bailey's battling for her life, isn't she? So, everyone's fighting to get TV time. You cannot come up from NXT and be happy to be there and just think that everything's going to get handed to you. I would push back on that. I think you've got to be there ready for the fight. And listen, maybe NXT is not preparing them properly. Perhaps NXT could do a much better job of getting people in that mentality. I suppose you don't want it to become toxic either, though. But WWE are going to use the pieces that they think are the most interesting. They're going to use the pieces that they think are going to get the biggest results. But there is a balance, isn't there, where you've got to give people a chance to get over. The crowd have got to learn about these people. So I'm with you. It's not right, but I do think there's a little on the wrestlers as well. I do think that there is a little on, have you got the right mindset? Are you aware that this is what your whole career is built towards, everything you've learned, you put your best foot forward now. This is it. This is the dance. This isn't, let's just wait and see what creative have got to say, oh, they don't have anything for me. This is when you do have an opportunity, you kill it. You maximize it. You maximize your minutes like Chelsea has been so brilliant at doing. And even then, it's going to be a fight. Because, I don't know, there's 20 spots on the show. 20 spots and there's 40 people that want them. And that's the fight you're going to face. Radiated Zombie said we've got Evolve and NXT, but I feel like we need something else, maybe another show for the wrestlers that don't get used. That was mentioned the other week about, maybe an hour before Raw, an hour before SmackDown. There is like a show for wrestlers that don't get used, and few little stories, just little backstage things, just quick little things where it leads to a match. And it just gets the reps in, gets them used. I actually really agree with that. This is why I know I've gone quite extreme. The one side saying, are the wrestlers in the right mindset? Are they maximizing their minutes and whatever? I do still agree with you lot that there's not enough opportunity. But I wonder if it is something like that that's structural. I wonder if it is a case that like you can only do so much with a 2.5 hour Raw and a 2 hour SmackDown. Should there be more TV opportunities? Should there be an hour before? We've got main events. I think that's like half an hour. I mean, you could add another half an hour to that and then do a show before SmackDown that's an hour as well. So I actually don't disagree with that. I think it's a really interesting point. James said HBK is doing a good job. Give me 1 second. I just want to get some water. Because I don't have any. How long we got? 32 minutes. 32 minutes. Mate. We could stream all day, couldn't we? I genuinely don't think a 12-hour stream... Well, I know it wouldn't. We've already done 10-hour, 11-hour streams for WrestleMania and SummerSlam, where we never struggle for conversation. But I think we could do it away from a show as well. Tezza said, it sounds like you're from the UK. What platform are you watching on? It's on YouTube, but I am in the UK. AAA is live on YouTube. I think that's true is that true in America as well? I'm not sure where you guys watch it in America and Canada. I think it is. I know it's Fox in like Latin America. But yes, it's on YouTube for us here in the UK. Actually, I'm just going to see if it is up as well. I saw it earlier today that it was set up and ready to go. There it is. So it'll be in just about half an hour. Just about half an hour. At the moment, there's just under 300 people waiting. Okay. Shani Wizard said, we don't know what the individual wrestlers want out of their careers. We assume they want flowers, but maybe some are just happy with the roles as it stands. Yeah, maybe. That is true, actually. I mean, not everyone is like desperate to be main event, closing out the show, wanting all the responsibility that comes with that. Some people just want that next contract. I don't disagree with that. Some people, I mean, take Brock, for example. I think one thing we can agree about Brock is he never cared about meeting the fans and doing all that media. He just wanted to show up, do the match, do whatever the segment is, and go. And that's it. Not hang around with the boys, not doing drinks and all that stuff. Just rock up, do the match, go. That's what I do. Very much a loner, very much keeping himself to himself. Obviously, yeah, there's so many wrestlers that I wouldn't be shocked if really some people's goals are just keep this job for as long as I can. Keep this job for as long as I can. The wage is great. I'm doing what I love. I'm traveling around the world. My focus is not, I'm going to be champion. I'm going to main event WrestleMania. My focus is keep the job for as long as I can. And how do I do that? Well, I'm going to have to make decisions, aren't I? I'm going to have to do my best. And I'm going to have to, take opportunity when it comes along and say, yes, I'll do this. Yes, I'll do that. And see where it takes me. And I think it's that, isn't it? I mean, again, it comes back to how life just isn't fair. It's just not. Life isn't fair. You can put all the hard work in, and that doesn't mean that you're gonna, get the success. There's lots of like musicians that do fantastic work and release great songs and albums that don't make it commercially. And there's a lot of people that aren't appreciated in their time, but actually, their work's discovered after and they get appreciated after. So, if life was fair, then they would have had the success at the time. But, it isn't, unfortunately. And I think wrestling is very similar to that. Wrestling fans always want everything to be perfect and to everyone to get the opportunity and for people to be rewarded with the success that they deserve. But I mean, that's just not life. Life doesn't work that way and wrestling doesn't work that way. So it is a fight. It is a battle. It's about getting as much as you can out of it, getting what's yours. It is a little bit dog eat dog. And I think you kind of hear that in the promos. And I think there's some truth to that as well. When CM Punk comes out and says to Sammy, I got offered a championship match. What do you expect me to do? Turn it down. Same with Kevin. Kevin saying to Sammy, yeah, I took the opportunity. And you would have as well. Because you can go how long without that sort of an opportunity? But they pick up the phone to Kevin and they're like, okay, you can wrestle. How about number one contenders match? We'll bring you back in that. Hey, Punk, how about you come back and have a championship match? And they've been there when their star power wasn't as great and they were in the mire and it was a case of battling. Obviously opportunity gets a lot easier when you sort of rise above the pack. But until you can rise above the pack, it's a fight. You're in quicksand. That's how I would look at it. You are in quicksand, getting dragged down, and you are fighting to keep your head above it, and you are fighting to get above everyone else that's also in the same quicksand. And once you can get onto the solid grounds, once you're on that level, it gets easier. On the solid ground is Roman, Seth, Becky, Kevin, Punk, those names. They've got out of the quicksand. But the vast majority of wrestlers are in that quicksand getting dragged down. And some of them get dragged down, we don't even really know why, like Karrion Kross. Don't really understand why. Still can't fully explain that. Some of them never make it out and get dragged down. They can fight their way back up again. But, it's a dog-eat-dog world. Pat said, individual careers, but the company is a team. QB1 needs to know when it's time to start showing the backup how to read the playbook, because at a certain point, your best bet for longevity is as a coach. Okay, so you're saying that Cody should be out there sort of helping people. I don't know if he is or if he isn't, actually. I don't know behind the scenes. I mean, I know he's got his podcast and brings, different people on. They have a conversation. I can't imagine. He doesn't strike me as someone that if you knocked on his coach door, he would like tell you to F off. Well, I mean, obviously, if he's in the middle of something, he might say, can you come back in a bit? But I don't get the impression that Cody is an issue backstage or would turn anyone away. I actually think the locker room's probably not in a bad place. I would imagine CM Punk someone you could go up to as well. I would imagine CM Punk strikes me as the kind of person that would make it a little bit difficult for you. There is that with wrestling, isn't there? Where, because it's been so hard on people, that quicksand thing we've said, because people have had to go through that, they do want to help, but they don't want to necessarily make it so easy that you don't go through the struggle as well. Because I think the struggle actually can make you. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you get everything handed to you and you don't go through the struggle, I think you're missing something. I think that the fight, the fire, it might not be there. Whereas if you've had to go through that struggle, if you've had to fight for your position and you've had to fight for TV time, that is probably part of the experience, is probably part of the learning curve. And so I think that, like, some people, You could go up to Chelsea, and I think she'd just be like, here's everything I know. Yeah. I don't think she would view it that way. I think she would view it that life's hard enough, and I'm just going to tell you everything you need to know. But I do wonder about the old timers. I wonder about if you went up to an Undertaker, or you went up to a CM Punk, or you went up to a Randy Orton, you know, and they've had it hard because it was harder back in the day and the schedule was more grueling. You know, are they going to take the Chelsea approach and go, I got you, here's everything I know? Or are they just going to give you little pointers? Maybe think about this, maybe work on. I think it's probably going to be more that. They're not going to give you everything. But they're going to help. And they're going to point you in the right direction. And they're going to help you fix whatever. But I don't know, with Chelsea, I could see her being your best friend. So I suppose it's different. Everyone's been on their own journey, haven't they? But I do think if you come up from NXT, you've got to know you're a small fish in a really big pond. You're joining a real fight. It is not going to be easy. It is not going to get handed to you. You are not going to have 2 years planned out, or even a year, or even probably 3 months planned out. And you're going to find yourself missing out and sitting in catering. Opportunity should come along again. And when it does, you've got to take it. Got to smash it. This isn't about, I'm really pleased to be here. It's about, I'm better than everyone else that's here. You know, this is why when fans really want the call-ups, it's probably wise to not rush it. You know, it's one thing to have boxes ticked, but have you got that mentality? Are you ready for the fight? Are you ready to dig in? There's 20 spots on SmackDown, 40 people that want them. Are you ready to take the opportunity when it comes along? I don't know if that's the way they teach, because as I said, it could become toxic, couldn't it? Very easily, it could become toxic. So I think you've got to find that balance, really, of not really wanting to unleash these rabid dogs to the main roster that are going to like tear people apart and whatever, do all politicking backstage and cause all this drama. But equally, you don't want to send up people that are weak and meek and are not going to stand up for themselves and not going to fight, because I think it is a fight. Who do we think will grow and achieve more? Soul or JC said burn it down. I actually think JC, because I think there is a problem that we haven't spoke about, and that is the next in line talent. I think there's an issue where they are coming up and doing well, but then I think running out of steam. And I would point to Tiffany as an example of that, where she was a gymnast and she came in and she did really well and she took to this like a duck to water. Her progress was like that. Then I think it levels off. And I think as she was doing this, we bring her up to the main roster, and I think she's hit a brick wall. And the problem is she has nothing else to show us. She's got a moonsault. She's got some cartwheels. She's got the same shtick that we've seen. And I don't know that she's got the experience. I don't know, you know, the fundamentals, those real fundamentals. I mean, her selling, for example, does she really get it? Does she really understand the fact that, like, if you dig into your selling and you're, like, really hurt and, you know, you're convincing us that you're feeling it, your ribs, you know, referees coming over, you're like, no, just give me a minute. And, like, you're really selling it. And then someone comes over, starts working on the other side, and you're like, do you know what I mean? You're really selling that. Like, we can feel that. We can feel that you're going through something. And, you know, that is, it's not a move. It's not a backflip. It's not a moonsault, but it's more important because it adds to the drama. It adds to the fabric of the match. It adds to the drama of the match. It adds to the storytelling of the match. And I think for me, that side of it, forget the moves, forget the moonsaults, forget all the flips and the springboard stuff and all of that stuff. What about the actual fabric? What about the pacing of a match? What about the comeback, knowing when to come back, having an effective comeback, selling in particular, really selling, digging deep, right? Knowing when to put in those big spots and not just doing them like because this is what I do, and that would be my concern. My concern with Sol Ruka as well would be, does she just do moves in a sequence because this is what I do? And do you know what? I'm going to freshen things up by learning a new move, right? Which, may work for a time, but what about wrestling? What about selling? What about the pace? What about those fundamentals where we feel like you're in a war? Why am I watching Lainey kind of against the ropes, messing around with her top, waiting for the other people to come crashing into her? Why am I watching that? Why is that a thing? Why is that acceptable? How have you not been trained to just be against the ropes selling? How are you not trained in that? How are you not over against the ropes just like acting like you're completely out of it? Instead, I'm watching you draped over the ropes, messing with your top, moving around. I mean, I looked at it and I was like, she's going to move. She's fine. She's going to move. And then I have to watch behind Paige. No, who was it? Lane? No. I can't remember who they were facing, but they were going like down. Oh, it was Chelsea, wasn't it? And Tiffany, Chelsea and Tiffany. That's why I can't remember, because they're not even a flipping tag team, but they were behind. They did this weird like skipping around during the match, which I'm like, what the flip's this? But that's giving Laney even more time to get away from the ropes. They then go against the ropes, and I'm going, Laney's going to move. Laney's going to move. Laney doesn't move. They just collide into Laney and into Fallon, and I'm like, this is dumb. This is dumb. This is dumb. I'm not watching a match. I don't even know what I'm watching anymore. I'm just, this is nonsense. And I know wrestling's fun. I know it's entertainment. I know you can't take every second seriously. But listen, our community really did not appreciate that match. Cage match did not appreciate that match. And for me, it's moments like that where I'm like, how have we got people on the main roster that are getting it this wrong? How? I think there's an issue, where, and I don't know Laney's background, for example. She actually might have been an indie wrestler. She strikes me as if she has. But I think there is an issue with next in line talent where they've got the moves and they've got the fundamentals. But once you've actually seen that, and then it's time to get stuck into, selling and pacing and all this stuff. I don't know that it's there. I don't know that it's there. And that is a concern. So I would actually say that JC Jane, who on the indies was Avery Taylor, I think her name, has got experience. She is someone that I think has got not just wrestling moves, but that ability to sell, to pace out a match, to make a comeback, to frustrate. She's excellent as well. And this is another one. Like, a couple of moves, grabbing some hair, shut up, like talking to the crowds. Yeah, you sit down. Yeah. And then going right back in, throwing in some shots, grinding away, headlock coming in. Yeah. Do you like that? Yeah. Is this your hero? Is it like, having a pop at a little girl over there? Excellent at bringing the crowd in. Really, really strong. I've said before, it's like when you're driving a car and checking your mirrors, constantly like, they say every few seconds, you should just be like checking. Okay, that's fine. Sides. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that side. Yeah, that's fine. Check back up. Yeah, no, we're doing good. Like, you can't, like with that, I think her involved in the crowd, that's another one, isn't it? It's not a move. It's a skill. It's another skill of like bringing the crowd in so the match doesn't just, drift and, there's you're keeping the crowd involved, you're keeping them connected. I think she's really good at that. Really good. So I think I've got my concerns about Sol, and it's not just the botching on the moves in recent times. I do worry that, has she got all of those skills, or have we called her up because she's done some exciting matches that we've got very excited about, and now she's, the excitement has called her up? Are we gonna, see what she can do, and then it's just not gonna kick on from there? So I'm actually more excited about JC than I am about Sol. I'm really excited about JC, actually, because I couldn't sit here and tell you that she's necessarily missing anything. I like the Fatal Influence group. I like their entrance. I think JC is the leader of the group. I think she's a very good performer. Yes, she got some moves, whatever, but really the selling, the engaging the crowds, the pacing, just the fabric of the wrestling itself is very, very, very strong. She can go in there and have a decent match with pretty much anyone. And I don't think it would be the same match every time. So, yeah, I suppose we've said before, the best way of thinking of it is like wrestling moves are like notes. And when it comes to selling and pacing, that's like the rhythm and the melody. So, you know, you can play certain notes, which is great, but when are you playing them? Why are you playing them? How are you executing them? Right? And that might change depending on the melody, depending on the rhythm. And I think that there is maybe a little bit of an issue in regards to going deeper. So, I don't know. Maybe we got a bit too deep there, but that's why I would say JC over Soul. For me, I think Soul's got the notes, but I don't know that she's got the melody. My concern with JC, though, is that she's going to leave Fatal Influence. Can she do it on her own? Well, I think so, because I think she's got those deeper elements that we just spoke about. So I think that the problem is you can go out there and you can have some good matches, but sometimes you just need that thing that's going to really grab the attention. I think Fatal Influence was really good at that. I think, you know, her being the leader of a group and talking about how they're going to take over, you know, that's eye-catching, that, you know, all of a sudden you pay more attention than just a girl on her own. So I don't know. I think we're a long way from her leaving Fatal Influence. I think for me, she can win a world title whilst being in this group. She can build up her credibility. She can have a really good run. And then she can go off on her own. If Liv went off on her own now, you wouldn't worry too much about Liv. Liv's got a style where she's got her laugh and all time and, you know, the trouble song, and she's irritating, and a lot of what she does is irritating, and it's meant to be irritating because she's a heel. But you wouldn't worry about her not getting reactions, or you wouldn't worry about her not finding a new story, or, you know, just going to catering. I mean, she's a big star for them now. She's a big star. She gets reactions. She knows how to get reactions. And she's got a lot of tools in her toolbox now. And I think that I wouldn't worry about her leaving Judgment Day. I wouldn't worry about her splitting with Dominic. I think she's at the point where people need to be with Liv. Do you know what I mean? Roxanne is put with Liv. Raquel is put with Liv. Liv's at the point now where she's the leader, really, female-wise. She's the leader of that group. And so she can get rid of those girls, go off on her own. Or she could get some new girls. And I think we're trying to get JC to that level. We're trying to get JC to that level where we keep adding the tools, keep giving her the experience. It's going. Honestly, I'm really excited for JC. I think she's got a really bright future, and I think Soul can as well. Let's not get it wrong. I think Soul can. We need to get past these nerves or whatever. We need to cut down on the botches, but I don't think everything's rosy then. I think then, you know, then actually we start to get into that Tiffany territory where it's like everything's fine with Tiffany. It's not like there's really a problem, you know, she's still doing the same moves and it's Tiffy time and all this. But like, is the sell in there? Is the pace in there? Is she able, is the connection with the audience there? Or is it just really flat? Does it feel very, what time is it? You know, does it, at least with JC, she's picking out certain people, telling them to shut up. Yeah. Is this your hero? Yeah. It doesn't look like a hero to me. You know, she's kind of going off on people in the crowd, bringing them in, whatever. I think with Tiffany, she's like, what time is it? And that's pretty much it. So, I don't know. I'm not down on them. I mean, it might sound like I am, but I just think that these are the things they're battling with. These are the improvements that can be made. This is where we are. This is why it's not landing. This is why there's, you know, a few issues there. This is why people aren't losing their mind at Tiffany, because a lot of it is the same stuff you've seen, and I don't think those core fundamentals are quite in place. So I don't know how we got onto that topic, but hopefully there was some interesting bits in there, which not everyone's going to agree with, and that's fine. That's how I view certain people at the moment. Word Life said, I think Tiffany's boring due to the moves. If we explain to me how Gunther doing the save moves over is much better. Well, first of all, Gunther's a heel. So, I mean, Gunther's not meant to excite you. So, Tiffany's a babyface right now, and she's meant to be exciting with lots of moonsaults and springboard attacks and things like that. But Gunther's a heel. So, Gunther's meant to be old school, traditional, slows the pace down, because then the babyface speeds it back up. So, Gunther grabs someone, brings them down, gets them into a headlock, starts laughing at the crowds. You know, Gunther's work is that he will talk to the crowds. He'll be laughing his head off as he's beating up your favorite, you know. And then as they're like wore down and everything, he's got a big smile on his face. Yeah. Massive chop to the chest. And, you know, people are like, oh. I mean, Bret Hart actually doesn't like the chops, because Bret Hart has said that he's not a big fan of, you know, people that actually do harm. That's not wrestling. Wrestling is about doing a move and making you think that it's not been actions, or making you think it's been action, but it hasn't actually. You know, Tombstone, the head doesn't actually hit the floor, for example, right? And all this sort of stuff. So when you're chopping someone, you are actually chopping them. Like when you chop them, there is a hand mark, a handprint. Like there is nothing really skill-wise there, you know? And Bret has actually spoke out about that and said he's just not a fan of chops in wrestling. He doesn't think that it's right. So Bret's not a fan of the chops, but the chops are about beating down your favorite, aren't they? They're about causing your favorite pain, slowing the match down. I mean, what I will say about Gunther is, again, look at his selling. Excellent selling. Excellent at, like, you know, really making out that he's hurt, or like the pace of the match, connection with the audience. I mean, if you go back and watch his match with Elia in NXT UK, widely regarded as like a 5-star match. He had a match with Elia again in NXT, had a match with Tommaso Ciampa that scored highly. One of the highest rated NXT UK takeover matches is his match with Tyler Bate, which also scored very highly. And it's because he plays his part well. He knows his role, and it's not the same repetitive thing all the time, because the things that he specializes at are the things that can vary in matches, like when he's shouting to a crowd, the things that he's saying when he's slowing it down and when it speeds back up, and allowing the babyface to shine. You know, the babyface looks better because they're working Gunther, and Gunther is the one that slows it down. So I think Gunther's understanding of wrestling, not just moves, but the deeper level, puts him, you know, in that kind of top echelon, because it's not really about the moves. If you're focused on the moves, then you're not focused on the right stuff. In fact, a lot of people criticize all the flips and say that it's now, you know, replaced the storytelling. Undertaker will tell you it's more about the story of the match than it is about what moves you do. You know, if someone's going to do a Poison Rana, brilliant, but you know, 5 seconds later, I've moved on because, yeah, you've shown me a great moment, but great. I've seen a Poison Rana before. Why should I care? Why should I be in the match? Why should I be feeling this match? What is it about this match that's hooking me? And I think Gunther does an excellent job of making people care and getting people invested, and it's not through moves. The problem is Tiffany can't do that, and she's not doing that. So she's doing the same moves, and that's all she's got. Those moves are what hooked people in the past. You know, her comeback with her handsprings and everything, that's what got people. But when now we've seen it and it's not working as well, now it goes to that fabric of wrestling. It goes down to the selling, it goes down to the pacing, it goes down to that level. It goes down away from the moves, and she ain't got that. That's the bit that's missing for me. Her connection with the audience and, you know, kind of just being in there and conducting it. This is why Gunther calls himself the Ring General, because he is the one that can conduct everything, the pacing of it. We'll do a bit of this now, we'll do a bit of that. So for me, he brings a lot. And it's not just the moves. Days, WWE did an awesome thing at Worlds Collide last year. The Demonito moment. Do we think we see him again? They're making a figure at Demonito. Demonito is actually going to be in figure form. Mattel are making a figure. Are we going to see him again? I don't know, because Finn Balor's sort of moving on, isn't he? I don't even know if Finn Balor will be on the card. I think if Finn ever goes to AAA again, then you'll see Demonito. Yeah, if he goes to AAA. Do we think Tiffany needs to change the characters or her moves? No, I don't think it's I don't think it's the moves. I don't think it's the moves. I think you can always bring new moves in. Like, oh, I've never seen that before. But I really think wrestling is selling, and the structure of the match and the storytelling and that aspect and the interacting with the crowds and, you know, those elements, right? Putting your spots in certain places. Yes, if you've got a bigger move set, you've got more to play with, right? So that's going to be better. But wrestling is deeper than just moves. It's deeper than that. So, and this is where your next in line talent is a bit of a concern, because you can teach them moves and teach them sequences, and they can go out there and they can have a match, and the match will do well, and they'll be like, yeah, that was fun, right? But the problem is, there's gonna come a point where that's only going to get you so far, and then you're going to have to really learn about proper, you know, the deeper stuff. It's hard. I mean, if you can't do selling very well and you're not practicing it or you're not doing it, it's a skill. I mean, Shawn Michaels was one of the best we ever saw. Ric Flair. Think about Ric Flair. Ric Flair's had one of the greatest careers ever, regarded as maybe the greatest heel of all time. How many moves did Ric Flair have? Ric Flair didn't have that many moves. You know, he'd have the figure four, he'd have the flopping down, he'd have the going into the corner, flipping over the ropes. Ric Flair's moveset was very limited. But he had one of the greatest careers, because, I mean, when you watched him in a fight and he was battling the babyface, you really felt like Ric Flair was in a war. You really felt, I mean, his hair, I mean, he had white hair, didn't he? Because he'd get busted open and the blood would go into his hair. And you really felt like he was battling. And, he'd cheat at the end or he'd find a way out. But, I mean, people would walk away going, oh, man, he was pushed to his limit there, you know. But the moves he was doing were so basic. I mean, Ric Flair is not, I mean, go back, watch Ric Flair, Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. I promise you, it's not about moves. You do need them. And certainly in this day and age where there's so many matches and they're very impressive, if you can have a wide moveset, that's brilliant. It's only going to help, right? It's like being a guitar player. The more chords that you know how to play and how they go together, you're going to make a better song. But you've still got to fit it in a rhythm. And you've still got to, have good harmony and good pacing. You've still got to have all of that. And that's what the moves are, the notes. So, yeah, she can add more moves, but I don't think that's the problem. I really don't. I think that there's a deeper issue. And this is, the reason we're on this is because the question was asked about next in-line talent. And I've got a concern about all of that next in-line talent. Unless you're Oba, who is getting some seriously big experience moments, right? And is getting some really intensive feedback and is being positioned as being like the next big star in the company. I mean, I'd imagine everyone's giving him advice. I'd imagine he's getting feedback on everything. I don't know that your average next in-line talent is getting that kind of an experience. But your average next in-line talent, have they got the fundamentals or have they just got some moves? Don't know. They're certainly learning from Shawn, though, aren't they? I mean, if anyone had the fundamentals down, it was Shawn Michaels. So I'd like to think they're getting some sort of, training in that regards. But anyway, that's enough about the concerns. For next in-line talent, we're going to dig into AAA right now. Big shout out to everyone that's joining us. We've done 3 hours there. Could have done another 3. Easy, mate. Okay, we've got a big match tonight. We got the Reina de Reinas belt being defended by Flammer, and still Flammer Bailey. One of the best matches that I've seen. There's La Catalina. There's a lot of excitement around her. Lot of excitement around La Catalina. There is Flammer. Lots of boos for Flammer. Over 1,000 days for her. Daze, Trick, Lash, Soul, they've folded on the main roster. They've scaled back on Lash. They've seen a lot of flaws in recent months, said Big Time. Yeah. Honestly, there could be something in the next in-line talent. Just not having enough experience. It's hard, isn't it? I mean, if you're an indie talent, you're working shows all the time, getting different experiences and learning from your mistakes. Okay, here's Cruz del Toro. Here's Cruz del Toro. Still got an LWO shirt on. Don't even know what we're doing with LWO. We've still got LWO graphics as well. Is there even an LWO? Who is going to be joining the Fatal 4-Way? So we've only got 2 matches tonight. 2 matches, and we're going to be hearing from Dirty Dom. So there is Cruz del Toro. Really looking forward to our main event tonight. Really looking forward to that women's match. Okay. Chelsea confirms that she has suffered a broken orbital bone on SmackDown. She said, it feels frustrating. I'm upset. I feel like I didn't have bad luck. I wouldn't have any luck at all. I just need to take a bit more time to process. Broken orbital bone, though. I mean, broken orbital bone. Undertaker had that, didn't he? And he had to wear a mask. Broken orbital bone. Recovery for a wrestler. What are we looking at? Recovery from a broken orbital bone takes about 4 to 8 weeks if there's no surgery. It's 2 to 3 months if there is surgery. So 2 to 4 weeks, well, that might be okay. 2 to 4 weeks might be okay. No bumps, no strikes, no physical strain. He was sidelined for a few months, Daniel Bryan. Undertaker suffered an orbital bone injury against Mabel. He wore the mask. Yeah, we're not going to get word, are we? They probably don't know themselves. Sustained an injury. Comes as a highly critical time. It's unconfirmed how long. Yeah, there's no words at the moment. We just know it's an orbital bone injury, but we don't know any more than that. Really unfortunate. Okay, where are we with this? So, love this gear for Psycho Clown, said Alex. Del Toro versus Psycho. And is this... Oh, hello, Psycho. Shot coming in. Is this Alpha Scal? Super kick coming in. Through the ropes to the outsides. Yeah, it is Fiscal. I wasn't watching when he came out. El Fiscal. If you are joining us, hello, hello, hello. We've had a deep chats on a number of topics tonight. We found an amazing YouTube channel earlier as well. Definitely not forgotten about that. Over in the corner, we got Alpha Scal, but we are underway with the action as Psycho Clown goes colliding into Alpha Scal, and we got a power slam there by Psycho Clown. Kick coming in there by Del Toro, stomping away. Okay, we got some boos raining out right now. Against the ropes. Del Toro underneath. Big boot coming in. Down he goes. Going for the cover to... No joy. Again, back against the ropes. Power bomb. Kicks coming in there by Psycho Clown. It's been some amazing action. Amazing action. Oh, he's going to rip the mask off. In recent weeks in AAA, last week, very impressive. I caught the episode last night. Big shot there. Alpha Scout goes down. Psycho Clown going against the ropes, but Del Toro is in. He is... Head scissor takeover. Psycho Clown goes over in the corner. Del Toro in the ring. He's trying to get the crowd going. He goes against the ropes. Oh, okay. He is doing the Ronaldo goal celebration pose. Up he goes. Whoa! Corkscrewing. Down goes Alpha Scout. Down goes Psycho Clown. In the ring is Del Toro. That was good. Corkscrew plancher. He's up. Up. No way. Ah! Big clothesline there by Psycho Clown. Del Toro and Wild, they show up in AAA, said Dr. Lucha Libre, especially when Wild looks completely different. Off. Drop kick. Down goes Psycho Clown. Alpha Scout in there with Del Toro right now. Over in the corner goes Fiscal. Back elbow by Fiscal. Cartwheel. Top rope. Kick. So over in the corner is climbing up. Del Toro up top. Lovely. Lovely Hurricanrana off the top. Going for the cover and Psycho Clown out of nowhere. Out of shot comes crashing down. Breaks up the pin. There he goes. A couple of moments here looking good actually. Psycho Clown against the ropes, goes up, rolling over. He's got Fiscal down to... Just seemed to die there, didn't he, Alpha Scout, for a second? Daze, I think I saw Fanny. She was by the ring entrance. Oh, I don't think she was at this show. I think she was at the... She was at the CMLL show, I believe. Okay, Alpha Scout is down. Burn It Down said, who do we think will achieve more soul? JCB touched on that. Burn It Down, Whitey. I hope you're well. Going for the cover. Here we go. Pin coming in by Del Toro. Alpha Scout gets the shoulder up. Do we think WWE buying AAA has lived up to the potential? I think it's been great. I think they would change it, but it's still been very good. Yeah, no, I think it's been brilliant. I think the AAA fans will have enjoyed it. I like the fact we kept the AAA name and the logo. There was talk of it being NXT Mexico, but I'm really pleased we didn't make that change. I think it's worked. I think it's worked for everyone. Going for a cover. Here we go. Duck underneath. Gets the ropes. Clothesline. To the outside goes Psycho Clown and Alpha Scout. Del Toro is down. He's being checked on in the ring, so might just be a little bit of a concern there. Back in the ring. Top rope enziguri there by Del Toro. Psycho Clown to the outsides. He's definitely feeling it. Oh, hello. Who's that? Who is that? Shots coming in. I just saw a glimpse of him. Looks like we don't know who is. Oh my God, he's taking out fans. He's headbutting a fan. He's going mental on this fan right now. Is he biting him? Dude, the fan just got thrown over the railing. That guy's pushing it. Don't push him. Right now, look at him. Oh my God, he's smashing. Psycho. Is this the dudes? Is this the dude that's been attacking them? Look at that. That's sick. I love it when his mask does that. I love it when he's got a little bit of Luchasaurus vibe about him. If Luchasaurus had been in the Wyatt family, it's got that sort of vibe about it. But I'm guessing this is the person that's been attacking Psycho Circus. Back in the ring, Del Toro going for the win. Mate, madness. Absolute madness. You gotta be watching AAA. Psycho Clown is out of this match. Out of the match. Top rope Inzaguri coming in there by Del Toro. It's going to come down to Del Toro and El Fiscal going over. It's Jake Moreau said, Mayor Pete, it's a hell of a look for him, isn't it? Hell of a look. They're saying to Ray, you're going to have to get on the phone. Bang, down goes Del Toro. El Fiscal comes crashing down. 1, 2, 3. El Fiscal's got the win. El Fiscal has picked up the win. We've been asking the question all night, who's going to win that women's championship? You lot have said La Catalina is going to get the job done. Let's get a poll, shall we? What did you think about that match? So, El Fiscal has progressed, but the big talking point is obviously around this new character. Who is it? Well, I can't wait to find out this guy's name and his backstory. And if that is Jake Moreau, is that a character that's going to be used over on NXT? El Fiscal, the prosecutor. Daze, I feel that fans shouldn't discriminate wrestlers because of age. If a wrestler still makes WWE money, then they should be pushed as someone that's got potential. If we ignore age, then we might be happy. We're going to broadcast live from Mexico. Okay, so he's just talking about his conversation with Roman. And he's going to defend that championship on Raw, as we know. So we're just hearing about the announcement that was made. Get your scores in for that match. What did you think about it? Let's go. Was that Luchasaurus? It looked a bit like a smaller version of Luchasaurus if he'd have joined the Wyatts. Do we think that fan was planted? Oh, yeah, definitely. There's been a lot of superstars from the past that have never held WWF Championship. Val Venus is a one-time European champ, one-time tag champ, two-time IC champ. In my opinion, he was great, said Word Life Cena fan. Ray is going to get this tournament off the ground before Cena, said Jennifer. I think I saw the guy attack Zilla on some indie program, said James. I think it's going to be Penta Roman, but that's a bit of a weird match. Fast-paced Penta against slow Roman. 2 different styles, said Radiated Zombie. Okay, we've just got some adverts right now. Daze, injuries are unfortunate, but Fatal Influence back-to-back matches. Injuring Brie and Chelsea isn't a good look. We don't want to be in the doghouse and have backstage heats. Yeah, I don't think that's unfair. I mean, I think obviously Brie getting thrown into the ring steps was really unfortunate. That obviously she, got injured. I think whenever you do a spot like that, you're always going to run the risk. I don't know how Chelsea's got her injury, so I can't say that it was Fatal Influence's fault. Injuries happen, of course. But, I mean, if they think that there is an issue there, then, obviously, yes, you don't want to be in the doghouse. But, I mean, it was JC that threw Brie into some ring steps. I mean, you're always going to run the risk, aren't you? Yeah, you could make the argument that, like, Brie should not be going in, like, shoulder first. Go flat back. So, I don't know. It's a case-by-case basis. I don't think it's as straightforward as 2 matches involving Fatal Influence, 2 matches with injuries that equals Fatal Influence's fault. I think you got to look into it deeper than that. Do we think that Ray will retire soon? I don't know, actually, because of his daughter. So his daughter is now training at the Performance Center. And I could really understand it being a case that we are not going to want to... WWE are not going to want to... Or he's not going to want to walk away from that. So I don't think so. Penta is going to use his alter ego at the minute. He's going to use his darker character. Okay, Club WWE, we should be going... I don't know if we're doing the Dominic announcement next. Are we doing the Dominic announcements? Or are we... I don't know. Is it the women's match? Get your thoughts in for that last match. What did you think about it? Just adverts at the moment, if you wondered. Okay, we are back. 20 minutes into this show so far. Really fun first match. I mean, it wasn't mind-blowing. In-ring wise, we've seen, obviously, a lot better. High bar, isn't it, when it comes to AAA. They're just showing some AAA stars at the SummerSlam event. There's Mr. Iguana wearing some Yeet glasses. El Grande meeting fans at the SummerSlam Superstore. Okay, it is going to be Dominic next. Andrea is going to be speaking to Dirty Dom. So this could be a very interesting segment. Noisy Boy coming out. Okay. Noisy Boy. Don't know anything about this person. A spectacular high flyer, says Ray. I wonder how Lainey feels knowing that she injured Chelsea. I don't know. Did she? Was it her? I have absolutely no idea if it was her or not her or who did it. I think she'd be feeling pretty bad, to be honest. I mean, she's not someone in my mind that is, you know, gonna not care about such things. I think she's a really nice person, professional. I should imagine she's feeling, pretty down, pretty guilty. But it is also part of the job, isn't it? Okay, Jack Cartwheel back. Great seeing Jack Cartwheel. Brilliant talent. We were watching him quite a bit when he was in Evolve. Really great talent. If you've never seen Jack Cartwheel, you're in for a treat. Okay, we are up and running. We are underway, and this is just going to be go, go, go in it. Jack Cartwheel. Look at that. Into splits, kicking out there at Noisy Boy. Take over. Drop kick. I don't think this is going to go for long because, of course, we've got... Cartwheel against the ropes. I don't think this is going to go for long because we have got, obviously, our big main event, and we've also got Dominic. I think they're just being told, go out there and cook. Okay, going over against the ropes. Cartwheel in the middle of the ring. He goes over the other side. Cartwheel looks for a backflip, doesn't get it. Noisy Boy. Oh, that's nice. I like that. Knees off the top rope. So he kind of launched himself from his knees, spun round. That was nice, actually. Shot coming in. Middle of the ring right now, and the crowd are making plenty of noise. Noisy crowd for Noisy Boy. Oh, I don't know what the crowd are actually shouting at someone in the crowd, are they? I'm seeing people with their backs turned on the match. I thought they were getting into the match. Yeah, what are they doing? You can see their backs are turned. That's crazy. Handspring off the ropes into a standing moonsault. Has Dominic come out, or has someone come out in the arena? Is someone watching this action that's distracting the crowds? Loads of energy. I thought people were really buying into the match, but then you can see them, like, facing the other direction. Shot coming in. These two exchanging. But someone is really getting their attention. Kick coming in there by Cartwheel. It's a fight, said Pat. Is that what it is? It's a fight. That's a shame, innit? Because, oh, look at that. Crucifix driver. That's a real shame because these two really deserve to be, getting the attention. Not some stupid fight in the crowds. Cartwheel grabbing Noisy Boy, dragging him over. He's looking to go up top. He's perched right now. Shot coming in. Noisy Boy in the corner. Yeah, this looks like they're setting up for a Spanish fly, maybe. Oh. Big spot, and a big camera spot that as well. Camera was in like a really good position for that. Look at that. I mean, it's not just a hurricanrana. He kind of jumps and spins into it to execute it. I mean, it was taking them a while to set it up, but then when you see it executed, you totally understand why. Totally understand why. Oh, look at that from Cartwheel. Getting out of the way. Cartwheel's been out of action for a little while, Oh, elbow drop coming in. There's nothing he does that's normal, says JBL. Cartwheel going against the ropes. Cartwheeling and over the top to the outsides. Really impressive stuff. Really impressive. Back in the ring. He's got Noisy Boy down. Cartwheel. Bang, down he comes. 1, 2, 3, gets it. Very impressive. Very impressive. Spectacular. There we go, Jack Cartwheel. Picking up the win. Let's end the poll, shall we? So you lot said that first match was great. I can't see how this second match wasn't great. Let's get the thing up. So you lot said that first match was great. 66. Ooh, okay. Problem. Carmen's making her way down. Yeah, here they come. Dalmal has got in the ring. They're attacking. They're murking both of them. When you see her making her way down to the ring, you know that trouble is not going to be too far behind. Bang. Big spear. Big spear. Over against the ropes. Big clothesline. Cartwheel goes down. Ah, now he's getting whipped. Yeah, he's getting absolutely murked right now. Absolutely murked. Ah, shot coming into the back of the head by Dagger. Perros Dalmau. I tell you what, AAA, they use every moment of time that they've got, don't they? I mean, we've introduced a new wrestler. We've had 2 banger matches. Now we've got Perros attacking. Big kick coming in there by Carmen. Carmen's loving this role that she's got as well. She's thriving in this position. She was, I think, well, I'm not going to say the right person because you could have had someone else, but I think she's certainly not the wrong person for this position. What the hell are we supposed to do about this? Okay, Dagger's getting onto the microphone right now. Let's see what he's got to say. Where are you at, my dogs? Woof, woof. We're here. So we're hearing from Perros right now. This is what I meant when I said they were getting weak. Those are some big trousers that he's wearing. That's what I'm thinking. You know, everyone knows. What? What? Oh, okay. Well, we saw him the other week, didn't we? Damian 666. We saw him the other week backstage. Yeah, there was a lot of stuff there that I was like, when you're a dog, you need another dog because dogs like being dogs together or something. I was like, well, there's a lot of dogs here. Ray said he was a kid when he met Damian 666 for the first time. Okay, Carmen has got a shirt, so I think she's going to present him with a Perros shirt. They might mark him, might they, as well? To send a message. You're an old dog. We put old dogs down. Welcome. Welcome home. I'd mark him. Why do we need an old man? You're the past. You're old. You're broken. Screw you. Dagger's got the kendo stick. Hit him. Hit him. Hit him. Hit him. Hit him. Here's Damian 666. I have got a feeling they'll mark him, said Wrestling Fan. They should. They're a new, exciting version of Peros. Don't need some old timer weighing them down. God forgives, dogs don't. JBL says, good luck, Ray. Well, if they are going to mark him, it ain't going to be this week. Okay, we got Dominic. Still hearing from him. And, of course, the Women's Championship. The crowd is chanting, Grandpa, said Joe. Grandpa, Grandpa, Grandpa. Let's go. Shining Wizard said, I've got Cartwheel on 2K26. And he is amazing. Is he in 2K26, is he? Surprised by that. Didn't know he was in that game. Okay. Let's go. Let's jump over here. He's not a dog. He's the devil, said Word Life Cena fan. MFTs and Haku against Peros Del Mal, said Robbie. I just did a tattoo check, and the guy who attacked Psycho Clown does look like Drake Moreau, who is Roxanne Perez's boyfriend. I think he's wrestling in LFG, says Matty O. Yeah, it was mentioned earlier, I think, was it Carr that mentioned that he had signed with them, AAA. So, makes sense. Makes sense that I don't know what his name is going to be, and I don't know if he's running alone. It's very, very interesting, though. And the exciting thing is, with it being Drake, if it's Drake, and I believe you because you did the check, if it is Drake, then obviously AAA is not really his home kind of promotion. He's obviously come from Performance Center, so I would imagine he'll go back to the Performance Center. He'll go to NXT. I don't think this is him done forever. He's just going to live now in AAA. This is obviously going to be a significant part of his career, though. This is going to be the part that gets him going. But the point I'm making is this character can definitely find its way to NXT. This character does not have to just be a AAA thing, right? It's not like they've just found someone local and he's been doing this for years. This is a character that seemingly is brand new, that has been created for him. And we know that he was at the Performance Center. So I think you can get excited at the idea that this character can absolutely make its way to NXT. And if successful, Raw, SmackDown, so on, so on, so on, you know. It's I suppose the point we're making is this isn't some guy in his 40s that's on the back end of his run, that's, you know, kind of wrapping things up in AAA. This is someone just starting and someone that's come from America. So this character can absolutely make its way to NXT, Raw, SmackDown, so on, so on. So very exciting. I hope it works. I must admit, I'm looking at the character and I'm like, is this not the kind of thing Shiloh should be? You know, why is it that the presentation is so much more exciting in AAA for this character than what we're doing with Shiloh? I've got the image here. You can't really make it out, but you can just sort of see it in the background. You know, he's got these like dungarees, he's got a beard. Seems to be some dye in the beard. There's obviously some face paint or maybe some sort of mask that's there as well. A little bit like a Mankind-ish mask. So it doesn't cover the full face, but it's covering elements. The beard is quite Luchasaurus. I don't know. It's interesting, definitely. I'm very interested to see where that's gonna lead. And is he alone as well? Because if he's been taken out Psycho Circus, that's obviously multiple members. I mean, what's he going to do against them on his own? So is he on his own? Birthright Dogs could happen. And then we see Uriah Connors and Bronco, says Carl. Sean had no room on NXT, so he sent him to AAA because until there's going to be room in NXT. Well, he can bring this character over, can't he, if it works? Okay, here's Dominic. Don't go crazy or slap me or anything. I've got police outside if anything happens. I wanted to do a favor for a friend, El Grande. I heard you was without a job for a while. Grande got in my face, then he asked me if I was with Peros. That was enough. That told me all I needed to know. I'm the king of the luchadors. I told him to his face, I've got nothing to do with Peros. And that was the complete truth, because I'm not a liar. I'll tell you something else. When Grande won the sword at the Rey de Reyes, everything changed. So he's just telling us the backstory of his relationship with El Grande. I left AAA for how many months? Why? Because I wanted to see what Grande would do and what Grande would become. And he became what I thought. He became the hero of Mexico. He got himself a Mexican girlfriend. What else could the public want? All your dreams and his dreams will be destroyed by the king of the luchadors. He has his opportunity, but at Triple Mania, when I beat him in that ring, I'll show everyone why I'm king of the luchadors. It's fine. I mean, there's not really too much to it. It's just giving us the backstory, really. So Dominic just saying now Grande will always be the second best. With the second most beautiful girlfriends. Oh, yeah, we could get Liv involved in this, couldn't we? That would be good. If we got Liv down. We could have the Liv and this Andrea kind of getting into it. And why Dorian? That is a good question, actually, because that was a development. Running out of time here. We've got 19 minutes. David said, I'm late to the party, but Chelsea has suffered a broken orbital bone. She confirmed it. Much love. David, shout out to you. Big Time said, imagine if JC was planned to win the US title, but because of Chelsea Nia getting put on hold, they used Tiffany's title to continue the feud with Chelsea, recovers even if JC was scheduled to win. I think you've lost me there. Omos, the world's largest athletes. She might have been planned to win it, but we know that plans change. This Saturday, I'm aware that Grande is going to be there. I'll be there too. And where there's Dirty Dom, a 7 foot plus giant isn't far behind. Oh! Liv has come walking through the door. Oh my God. I just said that's exactly what would really push this over the edge. Andrea with El Grande. And to deal with her, to cause some psychological problems, Liv with Dirty Dom. So Liv makes her presence felt on AAA, comes walking through the door, gives Andrea a dirty look. And by the time we get to Triple Mania, there's going to be some really interesting moving parts here. You're going to have El Grande trying to win that championship from Dirty Dom. You're going to have his girlfriend, Andrea, at ringside. Liv, I would imagine, almost certain to get involved. You know, is it going to be that Liv starts attacking Andrea and El Grande's got to decide, do I go for the belt? Do I save Andrea? Of course he's going to save Andrea. Match will continue. Oh, man, they're setting the table so well. That was good. That was really good. We're just seeing how we got to this women's match now. We could be about to get a new women's champion to put the cherry on top of everything here. Liv walking through the door. I like that. I like that a lot. I'm very, very impressed with how they just get so much into a show. Granted, you know, it's been a stack 44 minutes, but I mean, they really have put a lot in. Could this be Flammer's final night? They've got to do Grande and Andrea against Dom and Liv at some point, said James. That'd be sick, wouldn't it? That would be sick. Denise, hello. Shout out to you. I hope you're well. Zilla left House of Glory, said Nick. He wasn't at Reality or Wrestling. And he sent a video saying that he's stuck in New York and he's had to travel cancel plans. Yeah, I mean, it feels like he's very much WWE bound. I still think NXT could be the landing spot for him more so than the main roster. But I think we're getting closer. Okay, Lady Shani. Look at this, all in gold. That is quite some entrance attire. Taking on Flammer, taking on La Catalina. Let's go. Championship on the line. Okay, that second match, you lot said great 79. Here's La Catalina. Making her way down to the ring. La Catalina wants what Flammer has. Here's Flammer. We've had some bad thunderstorms around here, said Pat. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Buds. In my New York tri-state area. Could cause some flight delays. The match might put me in a diabetic coma, said Robbie. Nathan said, I've had a thought. Why not have Undertaker book SmackDown and Triple H book Raw? Undertaker doing a great job in AAA. Radiated Zombie said, could we get Flammer on the main roster one day? Maybe. I think you could get her in NXT. She's only 26, you know. Yeah, you could. 26. I thought she was older than that, actually. I actually thought she was about 35. Lady Flammer, 26. Yeah, I'd say she's an excellent heel. And I'd say the sky's the limit for her. I can see Flammer in a Rumble, but maybe not main roster, said Dr. Luchalala. They said it was Charlotte's idea to have Tatum on SmackDown. I think it was Charlotte's idea to be with Tatum. I don't think it was her idea for the call-up, but when she came up, I heard it was her idea to put them with Charlotte and Alexa. The Toxicers against Fatal Influence at Worlds Collide, please, said J-Rick. That'd be good. I'll definitely take that. Okay, Flammer getting her intro. We're about to get underway with our main event. Let's go. This is going to be a lot of fun. Could this be one of the women's matches of the year? It's probably asking a lot, but the bell has sounded. Oh, shot coming in there by La Catalina. Okay, already we got the two challengers working on Flammer. Catalina. Oh, sent on in down, going for the cover, but Lady Shani not allowing her to get the pin. Yeah, right now this is broken down a little bit with the two challengers not happy. Allowing the other to get the pin, of course. Championship on the line. Right now, we got boot coming in there by Lady Shani. She's kicking away at La Catalina. Flammer grabbing the leg of Lady Shani. Kick coming in there by Lady Shani, and she goes to the outside. Down goes Flammer. Lady Shani trying to get the crowds going. La Catalina is climbing up. La Catalina going up top. She's perched. Looking for a crossbody. Gets it. Down goes La Catalina. Down goes Flammer. Down goes Lady Shani. They were all down. La Catalina back up. Going over to the crowd. Just seeing a replay of this crossbody. So, big spot already to the outsides. King Yeti said something, Cake City. Over in the corner. Big boot coming in there by La Catalina. Flammer in the middle. Catalina going up, over. Lovely. Flipping over. Posing away. Getting a little bit carried away. It's very impressive, isn't it? I mean, you've got a 26-year-old, and I don't know how old La Catalina is. She's young as well, but two 20-year-olds in there, just so confident. Do you know what I mean? Really just having a lot of fun. They just posing out to the crowds and big smiles on their faces. And I don't know. You look at the talent that comes through NXT and you feel like they're having to think about what they're doing still, you know, rather than performing and being big and just being in the moment. They're having to sort of think about things. Here, there's a freedom. There's a freedom. Against the ropes. Lady Shani is going over. Down goes Flammer. I think the freedom just comes from confidence and arrogance, knowing that you are just that good. Knowing that you've got this, knowing that this is your time to shine. Shot coming in. We got Lady Shani on the outside. La Catalina comes over. Shani goes down. Mate, that basement dropkick on the leg was brutal by Flammer. Down goes La Catalina. Over against the ropes. Bang. Stomp coming in by Flammer. How old is La Catalina? She is 26. Flammer is also 26. Lady Shani is an old woman at the age of 33. 26, and 33. That's what's the ages of the people in this match. Chop coming. Big chop there by Flammer. La Catalina is in the corner. Flammer, big chop. La Catalina feeling that. Charging over the other side. Colliding into Lady Shani. Lady Shani in one corner. Catalina in the other. That was quite good there by Flammer, actually. She saw the La Catalina had got free and she changed direction. Kick coming in there by La Catalina. She's climbing up. Crowder with her. She's going to go for another. Oh, no. Missile drop kick there. Missile drop kick by La Catalina. Down goes Lady Shani. Down goes Flammer. Yeah, La Catalina. Going over. Grabbing Lady Shani. Scooping her up. Slamming her down. Going over to Flammer. Looking for a... Oh. Yeah. Bang! Drives her down. She's going for a double pin there on Flammer and on Lady Shani. Oof. Over against the ropes goes Flammer. La Catalina with a shot to the back. She goes over the other side. Lady Shani grabbing the leg. Oh. Flammer colliding into Catalina, who was against the ropes. Shani with Flammer. Drives her into the corner. Chop coming in. Grabbing the leg. Setting her up in the corner. Trying to get the crowd on sides. Rolled through. Coming in. Drop kick to the leg. Flammer then goes down. Here's La Catalina hitting the ropes. Goes over. Into the pin. Ooh. Okay. Trying to get that cover. I feel like we wasted a bit of time with that. Okay. Going over. Right now we got Lady Shani. Now we're doing it here as well. I'm not sure about this spot. I remember seeing Liv and Alexa doing like something similar. Kick coming in there by La Catalina. I think, to be honest, I'm watching this match thinking I'd much rather it was singles. I'd much rather it was Flammer against La Catalina. I'd be all right if Flammer gets the win here, pins, say, Lady Shani, sets us up for a singles match at Triple Mania. The Catalina saying, you never beat me, you never pinned me type thing. Shot to the back there by Flammer. She's got Lady Shani up. Bang! Powerbomb drives her down. 2. Kick out there by Lady Shani. Whoa! Lovely work by the Catalina. 1, 2. Oh my God. Flammer really went the long way round there. Referee was counting 1. Flammer hadn't even got... I don't even know how she managed to break that pin up. I think the ref might have slowed down, actually. Because it was really close, Flammer breaking up that pin. Flammer on the outside. Lady Shani going to the outside. The Catalina flopping to the outside. Crowd making noise. The match has definitely grabbed people. All 3 women regrouping. Flammer charging rounds. The Catalina charging at her as well. Bang! Spear there by the Catalina. Flammer goes down. We've got to be getting to the business end of this match now. Flammer might be down. La Catalina going up. Shot coming in by Lady Shani. We could be getting to the business ends. No, no joy. Over the top. La Catalina. 1, 2. No. Reverse. 1, 2. No. Do you know what? I mean, it is dramatic because... backstabber. There is a really long title reign at stake here. Over goes Catalina. Oh, that's a lovely pin. That's a lovely pin. Lady Shani with a great pin. Charging over against the ropes. La Catalina's got her ready for a 619 spot. Coming in. Collides into the back with a hip attack. Flammer's back. Flammer's back. Flammer's back. Yeah. La Catalina goes out and Flammer's going to get it. Flammer steals it. Flammer steals it. Pins Lady Shani. And I think that's going to mean La Catalina can say, you never beat me. Maybe sets up the singles match. Flammer's done it, though. I think that title is leaving Flammer at Triple Mania. I think. I mean, she's had it 1,000 days. Yeah, it was good. I can't say it's Women's Match of the Year. I'm still thinking Flammer Bailey. I'm still thinking Asuka Io. Even Liv Io was really fun. The Catalina's sad now. Long may she... Boo-hoo. She's a good heel, man. She's a good heel. Well, there we go. Another AAA show that absolutely delivers. Absolutely kills it. Very good. Very, very good. Flammer's like the Roman Reigns of AAA, said Robbie. These girls just aren't effing around, said Blue Frog. They're really hitting each other. It's good, isn't it? Really good. That was a beautiful bridge cover, said Dr. Luchalala. Carr said it was a good match at least. The Toxicas didn't get involved. That's true. Oppola said, why are AAA pay-per-views so short? It's not really a PLE, really. It's just like a TV special. It's like, old school Raw, something like that. So it's just the regular week show, but they just make sure there's championship matches on and make a bigger deal out of it. They're big shows that are coming up: are Worlds Collide and Triple Mania. Flammer needs to go to NXT for a match, said Carl. Did Perros turn up? They did. Yep. They attacked in that second match, and Damian 666 getting given a shirt and is, I don't know if he's a permanent member or an honorary member or what the situation is there. But yeah, they did show. Jeffrey said, these women are phenomenal. If Chelsea had to vacate the championship, do we think WWE would crown the next champion? I think they'd have to. I think they'd have to, wouldn't they? Because Rhea is out. Seemingly, the streets are saying until Royal Rumble. We don't know how true that is. Maybe we're going to have to crown an interim. We're going to have to crown an interim champion. We'll just keep going. We'll just keep adding the word interim in front. And if that person gets injured, it'll be an interim women's champion. I don't know. We need to cut this nonsense. Rhea, sorry, if you're out to the Royal Rumble, understandably, you are not going to be keeping that belt. So, you know, it should be... Oh, isn't it sod's law, though, that literally earlier today, word was doing the rounds that they might make Chelsea permanent because of Rhea's injury. And then a few hours later, word came out that Chelsea has damaged her orbital bone. The one thing we don't have is we just don't have words as to what's next. We don't know how serious it is. I mean, I am sat here debating, do I do a latest news video? Because it is big news. But the one piece of information people are going to want, I don't have. And that's, what does this mean for her as champion? I don't know. Well, how long is she going to be out for? I don't know. They're going to have to do checks. What I can tell you is that she's picked up an injury. I think she's almost certainly out for weeks, but we don't know if it could be months. And it is true as well, though, with an orbital bone injury, you can still compete with a mask. I think, has Chelsea done that before as well? Has Chelsea had an orbital bone injury before? Chelsea Green, because someone tells me she did wrestle in a mask. Like, not that long ago. Come on, I'd have to go through it all. I'd have to look through it all. Obviously, if you put in Chelsea Green Orbital, it's all just the latest news. But it's broken. Broken orbital bone. She said, if I didn't have any luck, I wouldn't have any luck at all. The one bit of information I don't have is how long she's out for, though, and that's the one bit everyone's going to want. Can't she just drop me a DM and let me know? That would be so kind. Daze, I was watching your AAA stream. I saw that you're struggling with, you know, the piece of information. I'm just going to let you know I am out for a couple of months. Oh, God, Chelsea, I'm so sorry. Thank you for telling me that. Big Time said, Days, I've got to imagine that Fatal Influence are somewhere kicking themselves, knowing that they've messed up. Well, I don't know. I don't know. Have they messed up? I don't know. Injuries happen. And I think you've got to look at, did they cause the injury? Was it even their fault? I mean, JC throws Brie against the ring steps. She goes shoulder first into them. Should Brie have gone flat back? And actually, was it Brie that caused the injury to her shoulder? Because if you go shoulder first into the ring steps, there's a good chance you're going to cause an injury to your shoulder. Do we point the finger of blame on JC on that? Honestly, or is it an incident? And is it just classed as an incident? Does Brie just class it as an incident? You know? It's one of those that's not anyone's fault. Are we really going to paint a picture that they're all backstage just worried, like, I can't believe we've messed up and all this? I don't know. That one I'd be like, I don't know. I haven't seen the Laney one, so I can't say about the Laney situation. But I don't know. I really wouldn't be painting that picture because I'm not sure that reflects reality. I think it's a case-by-case basis. I think that Fatal Influence are a group that are goods, trusted. They've been used, you know, fairly well. They were used at SummerSlam. I wouldn't be painting a picture that because they've been in a couple of matches that have resulted in injuries, I wouldn't be painting a picture that all of a sudden that's it, they're done. You know, they're dangerous now. I need to have a look at the Laney moment. That's the one. Because people are saying that the Chelsea injury came from Laney Reeds. So I need to look at that. But I don't know. I really think that you're at risk of painting a narrative that's just not there. It's not fatal influences, fault, said Chris. They do happen in wrestling. Yeah. Injuries happen. I mean, it is true, though, that you can get a reputation. Nia got a reputation. And obviously, I'm not sure Ridge Holland ever got over his Big E incident. Certainly not in the eyes of the fans. So I agree that, you know, if a pattern starts to emerge, but I don't know, man. I mean, JC, I think it was JC that threw Chelsea into the ring steps, and then it's Laney with, I mean, I don't think these are three dangerous women. And I think the first one is like injuries happen. Second one I'll have to have a look at. Are we watching UFC next week? We are, yes. We will be back next week. Andy, I hope you're well. Did you see news that Dragon Lee's not having surgery? No, but he's in the tournament, isn't he? So I kind of presumed that he must be available. I was referring to the mask that Taker had in 95. I'm sure they could make it work. It depends, doesn't it? It depends. I don't know. I don't know the severity of his orbital bone injury compared to Chelsea's. I mean, yes, orbital bone injuries, wrestlers have broken them and have competed, but I don't know that there's different severity. It depends, you know, if it doesn't need surgery, it can heal in weeks, and I think you can wear the mask. If it does need surgery, it's months, and I don't know if you get away with the mask in that case. So, I don't know. Psycho Clown against La Parka tournament match next week, says Carl. Okay, I think we're done. I think we've kind of naturally reached the conclusion. We've streamed for just over 4 hours. Let's go. And we've covered a lot of different topics. I think, yeah, look, the Chelsea situation is something that's worth being aware of. But as we said, we don't know how serious it is at the moment. It's obviously not great. But is it going to result in her having to forfeit the belt? Don't know. Maybe. And actually, it might be the best way of Chelsea losing this title, because rather than losing to someone, it's just sod's law, isn't it? And it's kind of like her run got cut short like Finn Balor's did. Finn got injured and his Universal title reign had to end. People are pleased that Chelsea's champion, and oh my God, can you believe it? She just got the belt and now it's been taken away. And that's all that's going to do is build sympathy for Chelsea even more. So, I mean, honestly, again, looking at that silver lining, it might not be the worst thing, because you're taking away something that people wanted. And there's, you know, it's not even WWE's fault. There's nothing they can do. So I don't know. We'll have to see where this goes, but definitely a situation worth being aware of. Definitely a situation we're going to keep an eye on. Don't know that any news is going to come out about it tomorrow, because there's every chance that the scans and all of that get done tomorrow. We might find out word on Monday, or scans get done on Monday. I think we'll find some news on Monday, but I don't think we'll find anything out tomorrow. But I don't know. We'll keep our eyes peeled. But wow, there's a whole lot going on with Chelsea in that situation. So definitely worth being aware of. In regards to our poll, we voted that main events came out as great 81. Great 81. So 3 great matches tonight. You lot really enjoyed those. And on we go. So, right. Thanks for watching. Thanks for joining. Appreciate it as always. We're not back later on Sunday. I'm going to get stuck into working on some other bits and bobs. We will get a community video out on the second channel, though. So we will do that. And I am working on some up for Wednesday. And then we're back on Monday with Raw. So we'll be getting stuck into that. So enjoy the rest of your weekends. Thank you for joining us. I'll see you again next time.